I'm going to tell you something, and you're not going to believe it. That's fine. The cops didn't believe it either. My therapist doesn't believe it. The woman I'm seeing now smiles and changes the subject whenever it comes up, which is her way of not believing it. I've made peace with that. I'm not telling you this to be believed. I'm telling you this because it's in me, and it needs to come out. The way a splinter needs to come out. The way something rotten needs air. I was a reporter. Small paper in northern Wisconsin. Not a real reporter. Not the kind that breaks stories or wins awards. I was the guy they sent to investigate the weird stuff. Bigfoot sightings, haunted barns, some farmer who swore his cattle were being mutilated by aliens. That kind of thing. I'd drive out to wherever, interview whoever, write it up with just enough sincerity that the readers felt spooked, and just enough distance that the editor didn't look stupid. It was a living. Barely. The last assignment I took brought me to a town in the northern woods. I'm not going to name it. If you're smart, you won't try to find it. A man up there, I'll call him Rob, had reported killing something in the woods behind his property. His neighbor had gone missing, and Rob said he found the neighbor being eaten by a creature. He shot the creature and burned the body. When the police examined the remains, they identified them as a man who disappeared from the area 15 years prior. Rob was never charged. The neighbor's death was ruled an animal attack. I drove up to talk to Rob. He lived with his mother in a house that looked like it was being slowly swallowed by the woods around it. He was eager to talk. Most of the people I interviewed were. They wanted someone to take them seriously, and I was willing to pretend. Rob told me what he saw. A tall white creature, emaciated, skin stretched over bone like wet paper, sunken eyes, black and empty. He said it was crouched over his neighbor's body, feeding, and that when he shone his flashlight on it, it looked up at him with a mouth full of blood and didn't run. It just looked at him, like it was deciding whether he was worth the trouble. His mother interrupted at one point. She said it was a Wendigo, and she said it like she was correcting a child who'd used the wrong word. She said the Wendigo was an evil spirit, not a man, and that it had lived in those woods longer than anyone alive. She said it took people. Not often. Just enough that the people who lived there knew to lock their doors and stay out of the woods after dark. I wrote it all down. I asked my questions. I thanked them for their time. And then I did something stupid. I went into the woods. I don't have a good reason for why I did it. Curiosity, maybe. Arrogance, probably. I'd spent years interviewing people about things that didn't exist, and I'd never once found evidence of anything real. I think part of me wanted to walk into the woods behind Rob's house, just to prove, to myself, to no one, that there was nothing there. That there's never anything there. I followed a game trail behind the property. It was late afternoon, still light, and I told myself I'd turn around in 20 minutes. The trail wound through thick forest, pines and birch, dense undergrowth, soft ground. It was quiet in the way deep woods are quiet. Not silent, but muffled, like the trees absorb everything. I found the cave by accident. The trail dipped into a ravine, and at the bottom, half hidden by brush and fallen rock, there was an opening in the hillside. Not large, maybe 4 feet across, dark inside, cold air drifting out of it. I shone my flashlight in. The beam reached about 15 feet before the tunnel curved, and I couldn't see further. I went in. I know. The tunnel was narrow and low, and it went deeper than I expected. I followed it for what felt like 100 yards, stooped over, one hand on the wall, the flashlight cutting a small circle in the dark ahead of me. The air got colder. The smell changed, from damp rock to something else. Something organic, sweet and rotten, like meat left in the sun. The tunnel opened into a chamber. I straightened up and swept the light around the space. The ceiling was maybe 8 feet high. The walls were rough stone. And along the far wall, there were stone slabs. 3 of them. Flat, like tables. Ropes hung from iron stakes driven into the rock beside them. One of the slabs had dark stains on it. Old stains. Layers of them. I should have left. Every part of me knew I should have left. But I was looking at the stains and trying to process what they meant. And I didn't hear it behind me until it was too late. I'm not going to describe what happened next in detail. I can't. My therapist says I'm not ready, and she's right. What I'll tell you is that I didn't leave that cave for a very long time. I was kept, restrained, fed just enough to stay alive. Scraps, raw things, things I don't want to identify. And I was cut, regularly. Small, precise cuts, like something was taking samples, testing the meat. The thing that held me, I'll use the mother's word, the Wendigo, was tall, much taller than a man. It was pale, almost white, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. The skin was thin enough that I could see the shapes of bones beneath it. And the face? I saw it up close, many times, more times than I can bear to remember. The face had eyes like empty sockets, dark pits that held nothing but appetite. No intelligence, no cruelty, just need. It kept others. Not always, but sometimes. I was not always alone on those slabs. I won't talk about the others. I can't talk about the others. Time stopped meaning anything. There was no light in the chamber. No day, no night. Just the dark and the cold and the sound of the Wendigo moving through the tunnels. A dry, shuffling sound, like something being dragged across stone. I learned to tell how far away it was by the sound. When the sound stopped, it was close. When it was close, something was going to happen to me. I don't know how long I was in there. When they found me, when I got out, they told me it had been almost 4 years. It felt longer. It felt like my entire life before the cave had happened to someone else. I escaped because of a mistake. The Wendigos, not mine. A group of hikers came too close to the cave entrance. I heard their voices, distant, muffled, but human, and the Wendigo heard them too. It left the chamber. It went toward the sound. And in the minutes it was gone, I managed to work my way free of the restraints. I ran, barefoot, half naked, starving, covered in scars. I ran through the tunnel and out of the cave and into light so bright it blinded me. I fell. I got up. I ran again. I ran until I found a road. and then I walked until a car stopped. The man who found me called an ambulance. The paramedics asked me my name. It took me a long time to remember it. The police questioned me. I told them everything. They looked at me the way everyone looks at me when I tell this story. But they took it seriously enough to search the cave. Or they said they did. I don't know what they found. They never told me. I never asked. I couldn't go back to that. That was 3 years ago. I've gained weight. I've healed, mostly. The scars are still there. Thin, white lines across my arms and legs and torso. Dozens of them. Too precise to be random. Doctors asked me about them. I told them the truth. They wrote something in my file that I'm sure has the word delusion in it. But here's the part I haven't told anyone. Not the cops, not the therapist, not the woman I'm seeing. This is the part I keep for myself because it's the part that scares me most, and I don't know what it means. When I was in the cave, the Wendigo fed me. Like I said, scraps, raw things. I ate them because I had to. Because starvation will make you eat anything. But toward the end, in the months before I escaped, I noticed something changing. The food didn't taste bad anymore. The raw meat, the things I didn't want to identify, they started tasting good. Better than good. They tasted right. The way nothing else had ever tasted right. And now, out here, in the world, where I eat normal food and sit at a table with a fork and knife, nothing tastes right anymore. Everything is flat. Everything is dull. I eat because I have to, the same way I ate in the cave, but the hunger isn't for what's on my plate. I went to a steakhouse last week with the woman I'm seeing. I ordered my steak rare. It came out pink and warm and bloody. And when I cut into it, something in me, something deep, something that wasn't there before the cave, woke up for a second. Just a second. And then I looked across the table at her, at the soft skin of her neck, and I felt the hunger shift towards something I can't say out loud. I put my knife down. I excused myself. I sat in the bathroom for 10 minutes with my hands gripping the sink, staring at my reflection, telling myself I'm not what I think I'm becoming. I'm telling you this because I need someone to know. The Wendigo didn't just keep me in that cave. It changed me. It fed me something for 4 years, and whatever it was, it's still in me. The legends say the Wendigo was once a man. The mother said it was a spirit. But I think it's simpler than either of those. I think it's a hunger. And I think the hunger is contagious. And I think the Wendigo didn't capture me to eat me. It captured me to make another one. And some nights, when the hunger is at its worst, and the dark feels like the cave, and I can hear that dry shuffling sound even though nothing is there, I think it worked. My grandfather told me about the Wendigo before I knew what death was. That's how it works in my family. You learn the warnings before you learn why they're necessary. By the time you're old enough to understand what the stories actually mean, they're already part of you, woven into the way you move through the world, the way you listen to the woods, the way you know when something is wrong before your brain catches up to your body. I grew up in Maine. My people have been here longer than the towns have had names. I won't tell you which nation, because I don't want anyone tracing this back to my family. But I will tell you that the stories my grandfather told me weren't legends. They weren't folklore. They were instructions. I was in college when it happened. A small school in a small town along a river. My friends and I had a spot. A flat overlook on the bank where we'd go at night to build fires, drink cheap beer, and sit around talking about nothing. College stuff. It was our routine, maybe once or twice a week. I was always the one who lit the fire. Everyone else would fumble with lighters and damp kindling for 20 minutes and then hand it off to me. I could get a fire going in under a minute, even in wet conditions. It was the one useful skill I had. On this particular night, it had snowed recently. I went down to the laundry room beforehand and collected dryer lint. It catches a spark better than anything, because I knew the wood would be soaked. There were 5 of us heading down to the spot. Normal night, normal plan. The moment we reached the overlook, something changed. I don't mean the temperature. I don't mean the wind. I mean the air itself. It was like walking through a door into a room where someone is already standing, waiting for you. And you can't see them, but you know. You know in the animal part of your brain that you are not alone. I felt watched. Not from one direction, from everywhere. Like something had surrounded us without moving, without making a sound, and was looking at all of us at once. I didn't say anything. My friends were already spreading out to collect firewood. I knelt by the stone ring and started working on the fire, pressing lint between the driest sticks I could find. I told myself the feeling was the cold, or the dark, or the beers I'd had before we left. I told myself a lot of things in the next few minutes. None of them helped. I was leaning over the lint, cupping my lighter against the wind, when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. All of them. At once. Like a hand had passed just above my skin without touching it. Then, I heard footsteps. They came from below, down on the frozen riverbank, maybe 30 feet beneath the overlook. Heavy, slow, deliberate. The sound of something large moving through crusted snow. Each step crunched, and between the crunches, silence. Not the silence of an empty place. The silence of something listening back. I looked at my friend next to me. "Did you hear that?" He looked at me like I'd asked him if the sky was green. He shook his head. The footsteps continued, closer, slow. And then the smell hit me. I need to describe this carefully because the smell is important. My grandfather told me the smell comes first. Before you see it, before you hear its voice, the smell arrives. It was sweet. Sickeningly sweet. The way fruit smells when it's gone past rotten and started to ferment. But underneath the sweetness, there was death. Not old death, fresh death. Wet and thick and wrong. The two smells layered on top of each other like they had no business existing in the same air. I looked around. None of my friends were reacting. Nobody was covering their nose. Nobody was looking toward the river. Whatever I was hearing and smelling, it was only reaching me. My grandfather told me why that happens. He said the Wendigo chooses. It doesn't announce itself to a group. It finds the one who can hear it, the one who knows what it is, and it speaks to that person alone. Because it's not trying to scare you, it's trying to draw you in. Then it said my name. Not shouted, not whispered, spoken. Calmly, clearly, from somewhere below the overlook. My name, in a voice that sounded like nothing human. The closest I can describe it is radio static shaped into syllables. A dry, crackling sound with something almost metallic underneath it, like foil being crushed slowly in someone's fist. In that moment, everything my grandfather ever told me came together. The feeling of being watched, the footsteps, the smell, the voice. I knew what was down there. I'd known since I was a child. I just never thought I'd have to use what I'd been taught. My grandfather said, "If it speaks to you, do not answer. Do not look at it. Do not acknowledge it in any way. It needs your attention the way a fire needs air. You take that away, and it has nothing to feed on." I closed my eyes. I pressed my face into the snow in front of me. I pushed my forehead into the cold until my skin burned. I could hear my friends around me. They were asking if I was okay. Someone touched my shoulder. Their voices sounded distant, muffled, like they were calling to me from the end of a long hallway. Like the air between us had thickened into something that sound couldn't move through properly. The voice came again, closer this time. So close, I could feel the words against the back of my neck, cold and dry. "Look at me." It sounded like my grandfather. The same cadence, the same warmth, the same voice that had spent my childhood teaching me exactly how to survive this moment. And it was using that voice to try to undo everything he'd taught me. I didn't open my eyes. I didn't move. I pressed my face harder into the snow, and I stayed there. I don't know how long. Minutes? It felt like longer. The cold bit into my skin, and my friends' voices swirled above me, and the smell was everywhere. Sweet rot, wet death, right there, right on top of me. And I stayed down. Then it stopped. The footsteps moved away, slowly, crunching through the snow, down the bank, toward the river. The smell faded, the air thinned, and my friends' voices came back into focus, sharp and close and worried. I sat up. I kept my eyes on the ground. I looked at the snow, at the stones, at my own hands. Anywhere but the tree line. Anywhere but the river. When I finally looked up, I only looked at my friends. They were standing around me in a half circle, staring at me like I'd just had a seizure. "We need to leave," I said. "Right now." I don't know what they heard in my voice, but nobody argued. Nobody asked why. We walked back to the dorms in silence. 5 people on a dark path through the woods, not one of us speaking. I walked in the middle of the group. I didn't look behind us. When we got inside, one of my friends pulled me aside. He wanted to know what happened. I told him I'd felt like something was watching us, and I got spooked. I kept it vague. I kept it simple. I did not tell him the truth, because my grandfather told me something else about the Wendigo. Something I've carried with me every day since that night. He said, "Don't speak of it in the place where it found you. If you name it, you call it back. If you tell the story in its territory, it remembers you. And once it remembers you, it doesn't stop." I transferred schools the following semester. I told my friends it was for a program I wanted. That wasn't the reason. I've never been back to that town. I've never been back to that river. And I didn't tell anyone what actually happened that night until I was 200 miles away, in a different part of the state, in a house with the doors locked and the lights on. My grandfather passed away last year. At the funeral, my cousin asked me if I'd ever seen anything in the woods, I looked at her for a long time, trying to decide how much to say. "It spoke to me once," I said. She didn't ask what I meant. She didn't ask me to explain. She just nodded. And I knew, from the way she nodded, that it had spoken to her too. We don't talk about it. We don't need to. We carry the same instructions. We heard the same stories before we knew what death was. And we know that the voice in the woods is patient, and it remembers, and it doesn't need you to believe in it. It just needs you to answer. I inherited a house from a dead man I barely knew, and I moved into it because I was broke. That's the short version. Here's the rest. My great-uncle Frank died in January, found in the woods behind his property in northern Minnesota. The death certificate said exposure, but my mother told me, quietly, after the funeral, like she didn't want the words to exist out loud, that when they found him, he didn't look like a man who'd frozen to death. She said there were marks on him. She didn't say what kind. Frank left the property to me. I don't know why. We'd met maybe 4 times in my life. He was the family outlier. No wife, no kids, lived alone on 40 acres of forest 2 hours from the nearest city. But I was 23. I'd just failed out of my second year of college, and I was sleeping on my buddy's couch. A free house is a free house, even if it's in the middle of nowhere. I drove up in February. The cabin was small. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen that opened into a living room with a wood stove. It sat in a clearing with a tree line maybe 80 yards out on all sides. Beyond the trees, nothing. Just woods, for miles. The first few days were fine. Quiet. I unpacked, got the wood stove going, figured out which burners on the stove worked and which didn't. The silence took some getting used to. No traffic, no neighbors, no sound at all except the wind and the occasional crack of a branch under snow. But I liked it. It felt like the kind of place where you could think clearly. And I needed to think clearly about what I was going to do with my life. On the 3rd morning, I heard barking. Faint, coming from the woods to the east. I ignored it at first. Dogs run loose in rural areas. It was probably some farmer's hound chasing a rabbit. But it kept going. Intermittent, high-pitched, more like yelping than barking. After an hour, I put on my boots and went to look. I found her about a 1/4 mile in. A mutt, medium-sized, brown and white, skinny as hell. She was tangled in some deadfall, shivering, caked in mud. No collar, no tags. She looked at me with these wide, desperate eyes, and I knew I wasn't walking away. I brought her home, cleaned her up, drove her to a vet in town. No chip, no owner on record. The vet said she was malnourished but otherwise healthy, maybe 2 years old. I signed the papers and took her home. Named her Maple, because the first thing she did when we got back was pee on the one maple tree in the yard. Felt appropriate. Maple changed things. The cabin didn't feel empty anymore. She'd follow me from room to room, sleep at the foot of my bed, sit next to me on the couch while I watched whatever DVDs Frank had left behind. She was calm, happy, easy. The best thing about my situation, honestly. But she was also the first one to know something was wrong. It started about a week after I found her. I took her for a walk along the tree line and she stopped cold. Just planted her feet and stared into the woods. Not barking, not growling, just staring, with her ears flat and her tail tucked. I looked where she was looking and saw nothing. Trees, snow, shadows. I tugged the leash. She wouldn't move. I had to pick her up and carry her back to the cabin. That night, I found scratch marks on the front door. They were long, 10, 12 inches, and deep. Not surface scratches, gouges. Whatever made them had claws that went through the finish and into the wood beneath. I stood there, running my fingers along the grooves, trying to think of what animal could have made them. A bear, maybe. Bears don't usually come around in February, but it wasn't impossible. I told myself it was a bear. The next day, I came back from a walk and the front door was open. Not unlocked. Open. I'd locked it. I was certain I'd locked it. I went inside with a kitchen knife in my hand, feeling stupid, and found the place torn apart. The fridge was open. Every piece of meat I had, ground beef, chicken breasts, a pack of bacon, was gone. The packaging was shredded on the floor. The fridge drawers were pulled out and cracked. On the couch, I found a dead rabbit, or what was left of one. It had been pulled apart. Organs exposed, skull partially crushed, blood soaked into the cushion. Placed there. Not dragged. The scratches came back the next night. Deeper this time. And with them, a smell. Sweet and rotten, like fruit left to decay in a warm room, layered over something worse. Something that smelled like death. Not the idea of death. Actual death. The smell of tissue breaking down, of something that should have been buried weeks ago. Maple wouldn't go near the door. She'd hide under the bed and shake. I'd never seen a dog tremble like that. Not from cold, not from thunder. From something she could sense that I couldn't see. Then I saw it. It was past midnight. Maple had woken me up, whining, pressing herself against my legs. I went to the front door and looked through the window. It was standing at the edge of the clearing. Tall, impossibly tall, 8 feet at least. Its body was thin, gaunt, like something that had been starving for a very long time. The skin was pale, stretched tight over bones that jutted at wrong angles. It had arms that hung past its knees, and its head had antlers. Wide, branching antlers, and beneath them, a face that looked like a skull with skin pulled over it. Dark hollows where the eyes should have been. It was looking at the cabin. I grabbed the shotgun. I racked a shell. Maple was behind me, pressed flat against the floor, not making a sound. The thing outside didn't move. It just stood there, at the edge of the dark, perfectly still. And I could feel it watching me through the door, the way you feel heat from a fire. Constant, close, patient. I fired 2 rounds through the door. I heard a sound. Not a scream, not a howl, something between the two. And when I looked through the window again, it was gone. Drag marks in the snow, heading into the trees. I should have left that night. I should have loaded Maple into the truck and driven south and never looked back. But I didn't. Because I was 23 and stupid, and I thought 2 rounds of buckshot meant I'd won. I called my mother the next morning. I told her something was coming around the property at night, and I was thinking about staying with family for a while. She said I could come to her sister's, my Aunt Claire, who lived about 40 miles south. I packed a bag, put Maple in the truck, and drove. Claire was glad to see me. She lived alone since her divorce, and she liked the company. She made dinner. We talked. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. I said there were animals getting into the cabin and I wanted to sort it out before I went back. She didn't press. Maple settled in on the rug by the fireplace. For a few hours, everything felt normal. Around 10 that night, Maple started whining. Not the way she whined when she wanted to go outside, the way she'd whined at the cabin. Low, constant, trembling. I looked at her, and my blood went cold. I stood up. Claire asked what was wrong. I walked to the kitchen window and looked out into the backyard. It was standing by the fence. Same shape, same height, same antlers silhouetted against the dark. It had followed us. 40 miles, and it had followed us. I told Claire we needed to leave. She asked why. I said there was no time. She looked at me like I was losing my mind, and then she looked past me, out the window, and she saw it. She screamed. Everything after that happened fast and wrong. Claire ran for the front door. I yelled at her to stop. She didn't stop. She opened the door and it was already there. How it moved that fast, from the backyard to the front, I will never understand. And it was standing on the porch, and it opened its mouth, and the sound it made was not something that should exist in the world. I won't describe what happened to Claire. I can't. Maple was barking. I was screaming, and Claire was gone. Just gone. In seconds. I grabbed Maple. I went out the back. I ran. I ran through the yard and over the fence and into the woods behind Claire's house. And I didn't stop running until my lungs were burning and my legs gave out and I collapsed against a tree with Maple pressed against my chest. Both of us shaking. Both of us silent. I spent the rest of the night under that tree. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I listened to the woods, and I waited for it to find me, and it didn't. When the sun came up, I walked to the nearest road and flagged down a car. The next 3 days, I spent in the county library. I know how that sounds. My aunt was dead, and I was reading books. But I needed to understand what I was dealing with, because running hadn't worked. I read everything I could find. Mythology, folklore, Algonquin accounts, and I found a word that matched what I'd seen. Wendigo. The books said fire. Some said silver. One account, old and handwritten, shelved in the local history section, said you had to take the heart. I bought silver ammunition from a specialty dealer 2 towns over. I loaded the shotgun. I drove back to Frank's cabin because I knew that's where it lived. That's where it had always lived. That's why Frank died in those woods. I got there at dusk. I left Maple in the truck with the engine running. I walked to the tree line with the shotgun and I waited. I didn't wait long. The smell came first. Then the sound. Branches snapping. Snow crunching. Something heavy moving through the trees with no effort to be quiet. It came out of the dark at the edge of the clearing, and it looked at me, and I looked at it. And for 1 second, we just stood there, the way we had that first night through the door. Then it charged. I fired. The silver hit it, and it screamed. A real scream this time, not the sound it had made before. A scream of pain. It staggered. I fired again. It dropped to one knee. I fired again, and it went down, thrashing in the snow, clawing at the ground with those long, terrible arms. I walked up to it. It was still moving. The hollow eyes tracked me as I got close. Up close, it smelled like the end of everything. Its mouth was open, and I could see teeth, rows of them, broken and jagged and stained. I put the barrel against its chest and fired the last round. It stopped moving. The book said, "Take the heart." So I did. I won't describe that either. I'll just say it took a long time, and a hunting knife. And when I finally pulled it free, it was black and dense, and it pulsed once in my hand before it went still. I drove to a church the next morning. I don't go to church. I haven't been to church since I was 12. But the book said consecrated ground, so I found a church with a cemetery, and I buried the heart in the far corner, under a tree, where nobody would dig. I put 2 stones on the grave, one for Frank, one for Claire. Maple and I live in the city now. A small apartment, loud neighbors, a parking lot instead of a yard. She seems happier. She sleeps through the night. She doesn't stare at tree lines anymore. I sold the property. I didn't tell the buyers what happened there. I should have. I think about that. I think about a lot of things. But mostly, I think about the night I was under that tree with Maple. After Claire. After everything. The woods were dark and silent, and I was waiting for the Wendigo to find me. And it didn't come. And I've wondered ever since. Why? Why did it let me go that night? It could have tracked me. It tracked me 40 miles to Claire's house. But in those woods, with me broken and exhausted, and carrying nothing but a dog, it left me alone. I think it wanted me to come back. I think it let me go so I'd have time to learn what it was, so I'd come looking for it, so it could meet me on its own ground. And the thing that keeps me up at night, the thing I can't stop turning over, is that it was right. That's exactly what I did. It knew me better than I knew myself, and I killed it anyway. And I still don't know if that means I won. Because some nights, in the apartment, with the city noise outside and Maple curled up on the bed, I wake up and the room smells sweet. Just for a second, just a trace. And Maple's eyes are open, and she's looking at the door. And I don't think we're done. I want to say something before I start, because it matters. We went looking for it. Nobody lured us into those woods. Nobody dared us. We walked in on purpose, with backpacks and flashlights and a GPS tracker that cost $40 online, because we wanted to find something that we had no business finding. I need that understood up front, because what happened to Maya is my fault, and I won't tell this story in a way that lets me pretend otherwise. The 3 of us, me, Maya, and Theo, had a thing. That's the simplest way to describe it. We were into cryptids, had been since high school. We had a group chat called Night Watch that was mostly links to Reddit threads and blurry trail cam photos and arguments about whether Bigfoot was real. On weekends, when there was nothing else going on, we'd drive out to whatever state forest was closest and spend a few hours hiking off trail, looking for anything unusual. We never found anything. That was the point, in a way. The looking was the fun part. The 3 of us in the woods, flashlights cutting through the dark, jumping at every snapped branch. It was a game. I was the one who was obsessed with the Wendigo specifically. I'd read everything. The Algonquin accounts, the academic papers, the first-hand stories on forums. I knew the folklore inside and out. The hunger, the mimicry, the way it was supposed to be impossibly tall and thin, like a person who'd been stretched. My grandfather used to tell me stories about them. He grew up near the northern woods, and he took the stories seriously, in a way that made me take them seriously too, even when I didn't fully believe. The last thing he told me, every single time, was stay out of the deep woods up north. And every single time, I nodded and said I would. That was a lie. The woods he was talking about were less than a half hour from my house. It was October when we went in deep. We'd been to the edges before. The trails, the marked paths, the parts where you could still hear traffic if the wind was right. But this time, we wanted to go further. Maya had bought the GPS tracker. Theo had a new headlamp. I had my compass and a topo map I'd printed at the library. We were prepared, we told ourselves. We were ready. We entered from the west around 4 in the afternoon. The plan was to hike north toward a series of rock formations I'd seen on the map. Shallow caves, overhangs, the kind of terrain where something might shelter. We figured we'd get there before dark, poke around, and hike back out by midnight. Simple. The forest was different that day. I'd been in those woods a dozen times, and they'd always felt normal. Birds, wind, the usual sounds. But that afternoon, the deeper we went, the quieter it got. Not gradually, like someone was turning a dial. By the time we'd been walking for 2 hours, I couldn't hear a single bird. Not one. The trees were thick, old growth, tall canopy, and the light was fading earlier than I'd expected. The air felt heavy, dense, like it had weight. Maya noticed it too. She kept asking if I knew where we were. I said yes. That was mostly true. I had us on the map, heading north, but the terrain didn't look like what I'd expected from the contour lines. Everything looked the same. Trunk after trunk after trunk. The ground soft and damp. No landmarks. We found the blood just before dusk. It was in a clearing. A small one, maybe 15 feet across, where a tree had fallen and opened up the canopy. The ground was soaked, dark, wet, red-brown. And in the center of the clearing, something had been torn apart. I don't know what it was. An animal. A deer, maybe, based on the size of what was left. But there wasn't enough left to identify. It had been opened up and spread out across the ground in a way that didn't look like any predator kill I'd ever seen in a book or a documentary. It looked deliberate. It looked arranged. The smell was overwhelming. Sweet and rotten. That specific combination my grandfather had described to me once, in a story I'd thought was exaggerated. Decaying flesh and something underneath it. Something sickly sweet, like fermented fruit. We stood at the edge of the clearing, the three of us, not speaking. The light was almost gone. The sky through the canopy was deep orange, fading to purple, and the woods around us were silent. Not quiet, silent. The difference matters. Then I heard branches break. Ahead of us, past the clearing, in the dark between the trees. Something was moving, and it wasn't trying to be quiet. Slow, heavy steps. The sound of something large, displacing underbrush without effort. I looked into the dark, and I saw eyes. Not the red eyes from the Mothman stories I'd read about. These were different. Pale. Almost white. Set high. Much higher than a person's eyes would be. They caught the last of the dying light, and they reflected it back. Cold and flat. Like light hitting ice. The shape behind the eyes moved closer. 1 step. 2. And as it crossed into the edge of the clearing where the fading light still reached, I saw it. My grandfather's stories weren't exaggerated. It was tall. 9 feet, maybe more. The body was human in structure, but wrong in every proportion. The torso too long, the limbs too thin, the fingers extending past the knees. The skin was pale, gray-white, pulled tight over bones that pressed outward like they were trying to escape. The face was narrow, sunken, with a mouth that hung open. And in that mouth, I could see it, even in the near dark. It was holding something. Flesh. A piece of whatever had been killed in the clearing, still in its teeth. And in one hand, hanging by the hair, it was carrying a human head. I don't know whose it was. I didn't look long enough to process it. Maya screamed. Theo grabbed my arm, and we ran. We ran without direction. We ran through brush and over fallen logs, and through sections of forest so dark I couldn't see my own hands. Behind us, I could hear it. Branches snapping, that heavy stride. And then a sound I will hear for the rest of my life. A shriek. High, sharp, inhuman, cutting through the forest like a blade through paper. My lungs were burning. My legs were failing. But I kept running, because stopping meant dying. We found a cluster of boulders, a jumble of rocks at the base of a ridge, and we wedged ourselves into a gap between two of them. The three of us, pressed together, breathing so hard I was sure it could hear us from a mile away. We listened. The footsteps circled. Slow. Patient. It knew we were there. It was in no hurry. Branches cracked. The smell drifted in. Sweet rot. Close. Getting closer. Then a voice came from the woods. A girl's voice. Young. Scared. Calling for help. Please, somebody help me. I'm lost. Please. My blood froze. Not because of the voice. Because of what I knew the voice meant. The mimicry. My grandfather told me about the mimicry. The Wendigo learns voices. It steals them from the people it takes, and it uses them to draw others in. The voice calling from the dark was not a girl. It was the thing that had eaten a girl. Maya stood up. I grabbed for her arm and missed. She was already moving, already stepping out from behind the rocks, already calling back. Hey, where are you? Are you okay? I opened my mouth to scream at her to stop, and the words didn't come fast enough. The sound that followed is something I will not describe. I will not put it into words. I will not give it that. What I will say is that it was fast, and Maya didn't finish her sentence. And when I looked out from behind the rock, she was gone. And the ground where she'd been standing was dark and wet. Theo was next to me. He had his hand over his mouth. His eyes were wide and empty, and he wasn't blinking. Then Maya's voice came from the woods. Hey guys, it's okay. It's gone. You can come out. Her voice. Her exact voice. The same inflection. The same warmth. Except Maya was dead on the ground 10 feet from us. And the thing that killed her was using her mouth to call us out. I pressed my face into the rock, and I closed my eyes. Theo did the same. We didn't move. We didn't speak. We breathed into our hands, and we waited. It tried again. Maya's voice, 3 more times, each time from a slightly different direction. Then silence. Then footsteps, moving away. Then, from deep in the woods, the sound of other people. Voices. Laughter. A group hiking in the distance. The footsteps changed direction, moved toward the new sound. And then they were gone. Theo and I ran. West. I didn't use the map. I didn't use the compass. I used the stars. And I ran until the trees thinned and I could see streetlights in the distance. And I ran until I hit pavement. And then I collapsed. We sat on the side of the road under a streetlight, and we cried. Both of us. For a long time. Cars passed. Nobody stopped. 2 people sitting on the ground at the edge of the woods in the dark. I'm sure we looked insane. We never reported it. What would we say? We never went back for Maya. I can't go back. I know what's in there. Theo knows what's in there. And we have not spoken about that night. Not once since it happened. When I see him, we look at each other, and there's a thing between us that has no words. And we leave it there. I think about those other voices we heard. The hikers, the laughter. I think about the Wendigo turning toward that sound and leaving us behind. I think about whether those people made it out. I don't think they did. And I think about Maya every day. I think about how she heard a girl calling for help, and her first instinct was to help. She didn't hesitate. She didn't think about herself. She heard someone in pain, and she went. That's who she was. The Wendigo knew that about her. It chose the voice it used for a reason. A scared girl calling for help. It knew exactly which of us would respond to that. My grandfather was right. He was right about everything. Stay out of the deep woods. Don't go looking for things that don't want to be found. And if you hear a voice in the forest that sounds like someone you love, someone who shouldn't be there, someone who couldn't be there, do not answer. It's not them. It's the last thing that spoke to them. We moved out here to get away from something. I want that noted. We left the city because the city had gotten bad. Break-ins on our block, my wife's car window smashed twice in 6 months. Our oldest coming home from school, talking about things no 8-year-old should know about. We were done. When my company offered me a position at a satellite office upstate, I took it before the conversation was finished. We found the house online. A ranch-style place on 11 acres, back porch the size of our old apartment, windows on every wall. The property ran flat for about 100 yards behind the house. Mowed grass, a fire pit, a swing set the previous owners left, and then a creek cut across the land. And on the other side of the creek, woods. Deep woods. 5 or 6 acres of hardwoods and pine that climbed a ridge and disappeared over the other side. No neighbors within shouting distance. No streetlights. Quiet in a way that felt medicinal after 8 years of sirens and car alarms. The price was low. Suspiciously low. The listing agent said the previous family had walked away from the mortgage. Just left. Didn't sell, didn't transfer, packed up and went. The bank foreclosed and it sat empty for a year before we found it. We didn't ask why they left. We should have. The first few months were good. The kids adjusted. My wife started a garden. The dogs, we have 2, a shepherd mix named Buck and a smaller mutt named Penny, went insane for the property. They'd tear around the yard for hours, splash in the creek, come home muddy and exhausted. It was the life we'd imagined when we were lying in bed in the city, talking about getting out. Then it got cold, and things changed. Small things first. The motion lights in the back of the house started tripping at night. Not once or twice, 5, 6 times a night. I'd look out the window and see the yard lit up, empty, nothing there. I figured deer. We'd seen deer along the tree line in the mornings, and deer will trip a motion sensor easily. I adjusted the angle of the lights and went on with my life. Then the noises started, coming from the back property, past the creek, in the woods, at night. Sounds I couldn't identify. Not animal calls I recognized, not wind, not branches. Sounds that were almost like voices, but not quite. I told my wife it was coyotes. She believed me. I almost believed myself. Buck started acting different. He'd stand at the back door in the evenings and stare at it. Not whining to go out, just standing there, rigid, staring at the door like he could see through it. Penny stopped going near the back of the house entirely. She'd sleep in the kids' room with her head under the bed. Last Thursday, I woke up at 2 a.m. to Buck scratching at the back door. Hard. Frantic. Not the way he scratches when he needs to go out. The way he scratches when something's wrong. I got up, grabbed the flashlight off the nightstand, and opened the door. The yard was dark. The motion lights didn't trip, which was strange because they'd been going off all week with nothing out there. Now I was standing on the porch and they stayed dark. The air was cold, mid-20s maybe, and still. No wind. No sound at all. Buck launched off the porch before I could grab his collar. He hit the yard at a full sprint, snarling, heading straight for the creek. Not barking the way he barks at squirrels or deer. Snarling. A sound I'd heard him make once before, when a stranger tried to come into our apartment in the city. A sound that means he thinks something is a threat. He hit the creek and went through it without slowing down. I heard him crash into the brush on the other side and keep going, deeper into the woods, the snarling getting fainter. I went after him, flashlight bouncing, boots on frozen ground, calling his name. I crossed the creek on the plank bridge I'd laid across the narrow point. The water was black and fast underneath. The woods on the other side were darker than they should have been. The canopy was thick, even with the leaves half gone, and my flashlight only cut about 30 feet before the dark swallowed it. I could hear Buck ahead of me, still growling, still moving. I followed the sound, pushing through brush, tripping on roots, getting further from the house than I'd ever been on the property at night. Then the sound stopped. Not faded, stopped. Like someone had pressed mute. No growling, no movement, no dog. I stood there, breathing hard, flashlight pointed into nothing. "Buck!" I called. My voice sounded wrong in the silence, flat, absorbed, like the trees were eating the sound before it could travel. Then I heard the shriek. I don't have a comparison for it. Every time I try to describe it, I reach for something. A scream, a screech, metal grinding. And none of it is right. It was all of those things layered on top of each other. And underneath them, something else. Something that sounded like a voice trying to form a word, but couldn't. It came from deep in the woods ahead of me, and it echoed off the ridge and bounced between the trees until it felt like it was coming from everywhere. I couldn't move. My legs locked. My hands were shaking so badly the flashlight beam was vibrating against the trees. Buck appeared from the brush to my right, low to the ground, tail between his legs, and pressed himself against my calf. I turned back toward the house. Through the trees, maybe 200 yards behind me, I could see the warm glow of the kitchen window. My wife had left the light on over the sink. It looked impossibly far away. Then I heard her voice. "Babe." Clear. Close. Coming from the woods in front of me. I spun back around. "Emily?" I said it before I could stop myself. "Babe, I'm out here." It was her voice. Her exact voice. The way she says, "babe." The specific rhythm of it. The slight rise at the end. I have heard that voice every day for 12 years, and I know it the way I know my own hands. But Emily was in the house. I could see the kitchen light. She was inside, asleep or awake, but inside. "Come out here." A different voice this time. Deeper. My father's voice. My father, who lives 400 miles away. My father calling to me from the dark woods of a property he's never visited. I swung the flashlight. The beam swept across tree trunks, brush, dead leaves. And then it caught something. A reflection. 2 points of light, close together, high off the ground. Eyes. The light was on it for less than a second. The shape behind the eyes was tall and pale. Not white, ashen, gray-white. The color of something that's never been in sunlight. The body was thin, impossibly thin, and it was pressed against a pine tree, gripping the trunk with fingers that were too long. They wrapped around the bark like they had extra joints. And then the light passed, and it was gone. Not running, just gone. Like the dark had taken it back. I ran. I dropped the flashlight. I didn't care. I ran for the creek, and I went through it. Not over the bridge, through it. Knee-deep in freezing water, my boots filling, the cold hitting me like a wall. I clawed up the far bank on my hands and knees. Buck was ahead of me, already on the porch, already scratching at the door. I made it inside. I locked the door. I stood in the kitchen, dripping creek water on the tile, shaking from the cold or the fear or both, and my wife came around the corner in her robe and said, "What happened?" I shook my head. I didn't tell her. I still haven't told her. What do I say? That something in our woods called to me in her voice? In my father's voice? That it was tall and white and gripped a tree with fingers that don't belong to anything that should be alive? That was 5 days ago. I've spent every one of them online, reading things I wish I hadn't read. Accounts from other people, in other places, describing exactly what I saw. The height, The emaciated body, the pallid skin, and the voices, the mimicry, the way it uses the voices of people you love to pull you toward it. There's a name for it in the old stories. I'm not going to write it here because some of those stories say that naming it draws its attention, and it already knows where I live. Every night since Thursday, the motion lights have been going off. One by one, starting at the far end of the yard, moving closer to the house. Like something is crossing the property in a straight line, heading for the back door. My wife asks me why I won't go outside after dark anymore. I tell her I've been feeling under the weather. She asks me why Buck sleeps in the hallway facing the back door every night now, stiff and alert, never closing his eyes. I tell her he's probably hearing coyotes. She asked me this morning why I installed new locks on every door and bolted the back windows shut. I told her it was just a precaution. Country living. Better safe than sorry. She doesn't believe me. I can see it in her face. She knows something is wrong. She just doesn't know what. And I can't tell her. Because if I tell her, she'll want to leave. And if we leave, if we abandon this house the way the last family did, then wherever we go, I'll spend every night wondering if it followed us. The previous family left everything behind. They didn't sell. They didn't pack. They just walked away from a house on 11 acres in the middle of nowhere. And they never came back. And nobody thought to ask why. I know why now. It's 9:30. The sun went down an hour ago. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and the first motion light just came on at the far end of the yard. The second one just came on. The third one is closer. I've been doing search and rescue for 14 years. I've found people alive, and I've found people dead. And I found pieces of people that I had to put into bags and carry out without looking too closely. I've seen exposure, drowning, falls, animal attacks, hypothermia, and one case that the coroner couldn't classify and eventually filed as misadventure, which is the word they use when they don't know what happened and want to stop thinking about it. I'm good at my job. I'm calm under pressure. I don't get shaken easily. I'm shaken. 3 weeks ago, we got a call about 2 missing hikers in a section of boreal forest in northern Ontario. I won't name the area. I won't give you coordinates. I won't tell you which road they were traveling or which town they were coming from. If what I found up there is real, then the last thing I want is someone going to look for it. The missing were a man and a woman, late 20s. They'd been driving through the area and hadn't checked in with anyone for 4 days. Their car was found on a logging road about 12 kilometers into the bush, pulled to the shoulder, doors unlocked, keys in the ignition. The engine was dead. The battery was fine. There was no mechanical reason the car should have stopped running. Their gear was in the back seat. 2 packs, food, water, phone chargers. Their phones were still in the console. No signal out there, but you'd take your phone anyway. Nobody leaves their phone behind unless they leave in a hurry. We started the search grid from the car. Standard protocol: expanding circles, ground team, and a spotter plane when the weather cooperated. The forest up there is dense. Black spruce, balsam fir, tamarack. All of it grown close enough that visibility drops to 30 feet in places. The terrain is flat but rough. Muskeg, deadfall, creek crossings. Easy to get lost, hard to get found. On the second day, I found the notebook. It was in a dry bag, wedged between 2 rocks at the base of a spruce tree, about 3 kilometers northeast of the car. Intentionally placed. Someone had put it there on purpose, protected it from the weather, and left it where a searcher might find it. I opened it. The handwriting was messy, rushed, uneven, written by someone whose hands were shaking. Some entries were dated, some weren't. Some were coherent, some trailed off mid-sentence. But taken together, they told a story. I'm going to relay it here as close to the original as I can, because I think it matters, and because the two people who wrote it are gone. The first entry was his. He wrote that the car had died without warning around dusk. No sputter, no dashboard light, no gradual loss of power. It just stopped. They tried to restart it, and nothing happened. No cell signal, no other cars on the road. The nearest town was at least 20 kilometers behind them. They decided to wait until morning and flag someone down. She made a joke about it. He wrote that down. That she laughed. That she said something about the forest playing tricks on them. He said her laugh made him feel like things were going to be fine. The second entry was written later that night. The tone was different. He wrote that the forest had gone silent. No insects, no birds, no wind. He wrote that the silence felt wrong. Not empty, but full. Like something was taking up the space where the sound should be. She told him stories about the area. Old stories, indigenous stories. She mentioned the Wendigo by name. He wrote that he didn't believe in that stuff, but that he didn't tell her that, because the way she said it made him not want to say it out loud. Then he wrote about a sound. A howl, he called it. But he crossed that word out and wrote, shriek. And then crossed that out too. He couldn't find the right word. He just wrote, not an animal, not a person, something else. The third entry was the next morning. He wrote that they decided to walk back toward town. They packed what they could carry and started south on the logging road. But the road didn't go where it was supposed to go. He had a compass. He knew they were heading south. But the road curved and forked in ways that didn't match the map. And after 2 hours of walking, they found themselves in a part of the forest they didn't recognize. She found a dog. He wrote about that. A medium-sized mutt, skinny, no collar, materializing from the brush like it had been waiting for them. She wanted to keep it with them. He agreed because the dog seemed to know where it was going, and at that point, they didn't. The entries after that get harder to read. The handwriting deteriorates. The dates stop. He writes about the smell, sweet and rotten, coming from deeper in the woods. He writes about the dog refusing to go in certain directions, planting its feet and shaking. He writes about hearing her voice calling to him from the trees when she was standing right next to him. That entry he underlined 3 times. Her voice, from the woods. But she was next to me. She heard it too. There's a gap. Several pages are blank or torn out or too water damaged to read, despite the dry bag. Then the writing comes back in a different hand, hers. She wrote that he'd gone into the woods after the voice, that she'd screamed at him not to go, that he walked toward the sound of her own voice calling from somewhere in the trees, and she couldn't stop him. She wrote that the dog tried to follow him, and she held it back. She wrote that she heard sounds from the direction he'd gone. She didn't describe them. She just wrote, I can't. Her entries are shorter, more controlled. She was rationing pages, I think. She wrote about finding the cave, a narrow opening in a rock face, half hidden by deadfall. She wrote that the dog wouldn't go near it. She wrote that the smell was coming from inside. She went in. She wrote that she found bones. Animal bones mostly, but some that she thought were human. Old ones, years old, maybe decades. Piled against the walls, cracked and split. And in the center of the cave, on the bare rock floor, small figures made of sticks, bound with hair. She didn't touch them. She backed out and ran. Her last entry is short, 6 lines. She wrote that she could hear it at night now, circling their position. She wrote that the dog was gone. It had run into the dark after something she couldn't see and hadn't come back. She wrote that she was putting the notebook in the dry bag and leaving it where someone might find it. The last line was, if you find this and you don't find us, Don't look for us in the cave. Just leave. Take the notebook and leave. Tell someone what happened, but don't go in. I followed protocol. I reported the notebook to the team lead. We expanded the search grid to include the area northeast of the car. We found the cave on the 4th day. The opening was narrow, maybe 3 feet across, sloping down into dark. The smell was exactly what the notebook described. Sweet, rotten, layered. 2 of us went in with lights and respirators. The cave went back about 40 meters. It was empty. No bodies, no sign of the 2 missing hikers. But the bones were there, scattered along the walls. Some animal, some that the forensic team later confirmed were human. Old. One set was dated to at least 15 years prior. Another was older than that. The stick figures were there, dozens of them, arranged in patterns on the cave floor. Some were bound with animal hair. Some were bound with human hair. The lab matched DNA from 2 of the figures to the missing hikers. I need you to understand what that means. We never found their bodies. We found no remains, no clothing, no gear beyond the notebook and the car. But their DNA was in that cave, woven into stick figures that were arranged on the floor of a place that smelled like death and was lined with bones. We searched for another week. We brought in dogs. We brought in a helicopter with thermal imaging. We found nothing. The case is still open. Officially, 2 people are missing in the northern Ontario bush, and the cause is undetermined. The notebook is in evidence. I made a copy before I turned it in. I wasn't supposed to do that. I don't care. Someone needs to know what they wrote. Someone needs to take it seriously. Because 14 years of search and rescue has taught me what animal attacks look like, what exposure looks like, what people who got lost and died in the woods look like. This doesn't look like any of that. I've been back to work since. I've done 3 more searches. Normal ones. A lost hunter. A kid who wandered off a trail. A kayaker who missed his takeout point. I found all 3. Alive. Routine. But last week I was on a search in a different part of the province. 200 kilometers from the original site. And I found something that I haven't told anyone about yet. It was a stick figure. Small, made of birch twigs, bound with dark hair, sitting on a rock beside a creek in the middle of a forest that has nothing to do with the forest where those 2 hikers disappeared. I picked it up. I shouldn't have. I put it in my pack and I brought it home, and it's sitting on my kitchen table right now, and I don't know what to do with it. The hair is dark, the same color as hers. I keep telling myself it's a coincidence. Kids make things in the woods. Hikers leave trail markers. There are 100 explanations. But the smell. When I picked it up, just for a second, so brief I almost missed it, I caught the smell. Sweet and rotten. The same smell from the notebook. The same smell from the cave. And last night, around 2 a.m, I was lying in bed, and I heard something outside my window. Not an animal, not the wind. A voice. It said my name. I didn't answer. I pulled the blanket over my head like a child, and I lay there until the sun came up. And I'm writing this now, in the daylight, because the daylight makes me feel like I can still be rational about this. But tonight, the sun is going to set, and I live near the woods, and the stick figure is still on my kitchen table, and I don't know if I should burn it, or bury it, or drive it back to where I found it. And I don't know whose voice I heard last night, but I know it wasn't mine. I'm going to tell this once. I've tried to tell it a few times, and I always stop halfway through, because saying it out loud makes it real in a way that thinking about it doesn't. But I need to get it down, so here it is, start to finish. 4 of us went on a hunting trip last November. Me, my buddy Jason, his friend Sam, and Sam's younger brother Eli. Eli was 16. The rest of us were 19, 20. We've been talking about this trip since summer. A few days in the woods in upstate New York, north of the Finger Lakes. Nothing fancy. Jason's uncle had property up there he said we could use, but we never made it to the property. We got a late start. Didn't hit the area until almost 7, and by then the light was going. So we pulled off at a spot about 3 miles from the lake and decided to camp there for the night. Head to the property in the morning. Jason and Sam set up the tent. Eli and I went to collect firewood. The tree line started maybe 40 yards from where we were camping. And once you were in the trees, the dark was total. Not dim, not shadowy. Total. The kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. Jason had lent me a headlamp. Eli had one too, but the batteries were dead. He said he'd go back to the truck and grab the spares from the glove box. I said fine. He jogged off toward camp and I was alone. I clicked the headlamp on. The beam cut about 20 feet into the woods, and beyond that, nothing. I started picking up dead branches, snapping them to length, making a pile. Normal stuff. The air smelled like wet leaves and cold dirt. November in New York. You know the smell. I was maybe 5 minutes into it when I looked up and saw something. It was standing in the trees. Far. I'd guess 200 yards, maybe more. The headlamp shouldn't have reached that far, but the beam caught it somehow. Or maybe it was just visible because of how different it looked from everything around it. It was tall. Not tall like a person. Tall like something that had been stretched. 8 feet, maybe more. Dark, even in the light. Not a color, more like an absence. A shape that absorbed the beam instead of reflecting it. I stopped moving. I stood there with a branch in my hand, and I stared at it. My first thought was a dead tree. A trunk with no branches, standing alone, shaped funny. That made sense. That was the explanation that let me keep breathing. Then it moved. It didn't walk. It didn't step. It went from standing still to gone. One frame it was there, the next it wasn't. And the only evidence it had moved at all was a faint disturbance in the air. Not a sound, not a rustle, just a shift. Like the dark had rearranged itself. My headlamp flickered. Just once. Then it came back steady, and the woods in front of me were empty. I don't remember deciding to run. I was just running. Branches hitting my arms and face. The firewood dropped somewhere behind me. My boots catching on roots. I broke out of the tree line and saw Eli walking toward me from the truck, batteries in his hand, and he stopped when he saw my face. What happened? I told him. I was out of breath, and my voice was shaking, and I know I wasn't making sense, but I told him what I'd seen. A tall shape in the trees, the way it moved, the way the headlamp flickered. Eli got very quiet. He didn't say I was crazy. He didn't laugh. He just looked toward the tree line, and then he said, "Show me." I don't know why I agreed. Fear and curiosity do strange things when they mix. But Eli seemed calm in a way that made me feel like I should be calm too. So I walked back toward the trees with him, staying behind him, letting him lead. We got to the spot where I'd been collecting wood. I pointed in the direction I'd seen it. Eli scanned the trees with his headlamp. The batteries were fresh. The beam was strong. For a minute, nothing. Just trees, brush, dark. Then the beam caught it. Same spot, same height, same shape. Standing there, deep in the trees, motionless, like it had never left, like it had been waiting for us to come back. Eli's beam held on it for maybe 2 seconds. Then it moved again. The same impossible speed, the same lack of sound. One instant, it was a shape in the light. The next instant, the light was shining on empty woods, and the air had gone cold. Not gradually cold, instantly cold, like the temperature dropped 15 degrees in a heartbeat. I could see my breath. I could see Eli's breath. A moment ago, I couldn't. Eli lowered the headlamp. He didn't say anything. He just turned around and started walking back to camp. Fast. Not running, but fast. With a stiffness in his shoulders that told me he was fighting the urge to sprint. I followed him. We didn't speak. We cleared the tree line and walked toward the tent, and that's when we saw the campsite. It was destroyed. The tent was shredded. Not collapsed, shredded. The fabric was torn in long, even strips, like something had dragged claws through it. Our packs were ripped open, the contents scattered across the ground. The cooler was flipped and cracked down the middle. Food was everywhere. But nothing was eaten. Nothing was taken. Whatever had done this wasn't hungry. It was making a point. Jason and Sam came running up the hill from the direction of the lake. They'd gone down to fill water bottles and heard the noise. Sam was white. Jason was holding his rifle and his hands were shaking. "Something was in the camp," Jason said. "We saw it leaving. It was big. Sam, tell him." Sam shook his head. He didn't want to say it. Jason said it for him. It was 8, 9 feet tall. It walked on 2 legs. It went into the trees, and it didn't make a sound. I looked at the ground around the tent. There were tracks in the soft dirt. Not bear tracks. Not boot prints. Hooves. Deep, deliberate impressions, spaced far apart. The stride of something with long legs. Hooves in a campsite that had been torn apart by claws. I turned to Eli. He was standing apart from the rest of us, staring at the tree line. His face was blank, but his hands were balled into fists at his sides, and he was shaking. Not from the cold, from something deeper. "Eli," I said, "what is this?" He didn't answer for a long time. The 4 of us stood there in the ruined campsite, the cold pressing in, the woods surrounding us on all sides, and Eli just stared at the trees. Then he said one word, almost to himself. Wendigo. Nobody asked what he meant. I think we all understood, on some level, that asking would make it worse, that putting more language around it would give it more shape, more reality, more permission to exist. We didn't sleep. We sat in the truck with the doors locked and the engine running and the headlights pointed at the tree line, and we waited for sunrise. Nobody talked. Jason held his rifle across his lap. Sam sat in the back seat with his knees pulled up. Eli sat next to me in the passenger seat, perfectly still, staring straight ahead. Once, around 3 a.m, the headlights caught movement at the edge of the trees. A shape, tall and dark, standing just inside the shadows. It was there for maybe 5 seconds. Then it was gone, and the air outside the truck went cold, and our breath fogged the windows. We left at first light. Jason drove. Nobody said a word for the entire 3-hour ride home. That was 5 months ago. Jason doesn't bring it up. Sam pretends it didn't happen. If you mention the trip, he changes the subject so fast it's like a reflex. Eli is the one who worries me. I tried to talk to him about it a few weeks later, just to check in, just to see if he was processing it okay. He was always a talkative kid, always the first one to crack a joke or tell a story. But when I brought up the trip, his face changed. The light went out of it. That's the only way I can describe it. Whatever made Eli Eli just left his face for a second, and what was left was flat and empty and older than 16. He said, "I don't talk about that." I started to push. He cut me off. "I don't talk about that. Don't bring it up again." I haven't. I won't. But I've seen him a few times since, at Sam's place, at a cookout around town. He's different. He smiles less. He's quieter. And sometimes, when we're outside and it starts getting dark, I'll catch him looking at the tree line. Not casually. Not the way you glance at the woods because they're there. He watches them the way you watch something you know is watching you back. He knows something about what we saw. He knew the name before any of us even understood the question. He'd heard the stories, learned the warnings, carried the knowledge the way some people carry weight that's too heavy for their age. And whatever he knows, it's enough to make him not want to know anymore. I respect that. I don't ask. I don't push. But I'll tell you this. I haven't been in the woods since November. I don't hunt anymore. I don't camp. I don't take back roads through the trees after dark. And when someone suggests a trip upstate, I find an excuse. It's not that I'm afraid of seeing it again. It's that I'm afraid of what happened to Eli happening to me. That look on his face, the way the light left, the way he said the word like it cost him something to say it. Some things, once you name them, you can't unname them. They know you know, and they remember. I'd rather not be remembered.
I'm not going to pretend I was a good person for doing what I did. I had money, and I wanted to hunt somewhere no one else had hunted. And when every guide at the trading post said no, I found one who needed money badly enough to say yes. That's the truth of it. I bought a man's fear with cash. And what happened after that is something I'll carry until I die. His name was Joseph. I'm using his real name because I think he deserves that. Everyone at the post knew him. Quiet man, late 40s, indigenous, one of the few in the area who still ran trap lines in the deep bush. He had a wife and a daughter in a settlement about 60 miles north. He hadn't had a good season. And when I approached him, he looked at the money the way a drowning person looks at a rope. He didn't want to go. I need to be clear about that. He sat with the offer for 2 days. He asked me 3 times exactly where I wanted to hunt. And each time, I pointed to the same area on the map. Far north, past the last lake, into territory that the other guides had called bad country, without explaining why. Each time, Joseph looked at the map and said nothing for a while. On the 3rd day, he said yes. He said it the way someone agrees to surgery. Not with enthusiasm, with resignation. We flew in by float plane and set up camp on the shore of a lake so far north, it didn't have a name on any map I owned. The snow was deep. The air was bitter. And the silence was unlike anything I'd experienced. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that makes you aware of your own heartbeat, your own breathing, the blood moving through your ears. We hunted for 3 days and saw nothing. Not a track, not a sign, not a single animal. Joseph said that was unusual. He said these woods should have been full of game. He said it calmly, but I noticed he'd started watching the tree line in a way that had nothing to do with hunting. On the third night, a storm came. We were in the tent, in our bags, and the wind hit without warning. It went from still to screaming in seconds, a howling, tearing sound that shook the tent walls and bent the poles. I could hear trees outside being thrashed. I unzipped the flap to look. The trees were still. Every single one of them. The pines, the birch, the spruce, all of them standing perfectly upright, motionless, as if the air around them was dead calm. But I could hear the wind. I could hear it howling like it was inside my head. And the longer I listened, the less it sounded like wind. It sounded like a voice. Long, drawn out, rising and falling. Syllables stretched to the point of breaking. And the syllables were forming a word. A name. Joseph's name. I closed the flap. I turned to Joseph. He was out of his sleeping bag, pressed into the far corner of the tent, his head buried in his arms. He was shaking. Not shivering, shaking. The way people shake when they're fighting something inside themselves. "Joseph," I said, "what is that?" "Nothing." His voice was muffled by his arms. "It's nothing. Don't listen." The wind, the voice, called again. Louder, closer. I could feel it vibrating in my chest. Joseph's name, pulled apart and stretched until it didn't sound human anymore, until it sounded like something ancient trying to use language it had learned from watching us. "Joseph, talk to me. What's happening?" He lifted his head. His face was wet. His eyes were wide and fixed on something I couldn't see. Something past the tent walls, past the trees, past the lake. Something far away that was getting closer. "It knows I'm here," he said. "It's been waiting." "What has?" He didn't answer. The voice called again, and this time, Joseph flinched like he'd been struck. He got to his feet. His movements were jerky, involuntary, like a marionette being pulled upward by strings. He took a step toward the tent flap. I grabbed him. I wrapped my arms around him and pulled him down and held him against the ground. He fought me, not with anger, with desperation. He was trying to go. He needed to go. His body was pulling toward the sound the way iron pulls toward a magnet. "You can't leave me out here," I said. It was a selfish thing to say. I was thinking about myself. I was alone in the wilderness with no guide and no way out, and I was terrified. The voice called again, and Joseph broke free. He was stronger than I expected, or I was weaker, or the thing calling him was pulling harder than I could hold. He tore out of my arms, and he was through the tent flap and running before I could get to my feet. I heard him screaming as he ran. Not my name, not words I recognized. He was screaming about his feet. "They're burning," he cried. "My feet, they're burning. They're on fire." His voice was moving away from me at a speed that didn't make sense. A person running through deep snow in the dark doesn't move that fast. Nothing moves that fast. His screams got fainter. The words stretched and thinned until they were just sound. A high, agonized wail that rose above the trees and kept rising. And then it was gone. And the wind died, and the silence came back like a door closing. I didn't sleep. I sat in the tent with my rifle across my lap, and I waited for dawn. When the light came, I went after him. His tracks led from the tent into the woods, then down toward the lake. The snow was deep, and at first the tracks were normal. Boot prints, spaced the way a running man's tracks would be spaced. But as I followed them, they changed. The stride lengthened, 10 feet between prints, then 15, then 20. No human being can take strides that long. It was as if something had grabbed him and was carrying him in great, leaping bounds across the snow, his feet touching down only briefly before being pulled back into the air. The tracks went onto the lake. The ice was thick, covered in wind-packed snow, and the prints continued, impossibly far apart, toward the center. I followed them for half a mile. Then they stopped. Not faded, not obscured by wind. Stopped. One last print, deep in the snow, and then nothing. As if he'd been lifted straight up off the ice and into the sky. I stood there for a long time. I looked at the ice around me for a hole, a crack, any sign that he'd fallen through. Nothing. The ice was solid. I looked up. The sky was pale gray, featureless, empty. Then the wind started again. The same howling, the same voice, but fainter now, coming from above, from somewhere in the sky that I couldn't see. And I heard Joseph's voice, distant and broken, still screaming about his feet. "Burning! They're burning!" The words came from above me, from the clouds, from nowhere, growing fainter until they were less than a whisper, and then gone. I went back to camp. I packed everything. I left food and water for Joseph, a gesture I knew was pointless, but couldn't stop myself from making. Then I started walking south. It took me 11 days to reach the nearest settlement. I lost 15 pounds. I got frostbite on 3 fingers. But I made it. I didn't go back for a year. I told myself I was done. I told myself I'd never go north again. But Joseph's wife deserved to know what happened, even if I couldn't explain it. So the following autumn, I flew back to the trading post. Nobody had seen Joseph. Nobody had heard from him. His wife had reported him missing. A search had been conducted. Nothing was found. I told the men at the post what had happened. The wind, the voice, the tracks on the lake, the screaming from the sky. Most of them listened without expression. One of them, an older man, indigenous, who'd been running the post for decades, said, "It sounds like the Wendigo." He said it casually, the way you'd say, "It sounds like rain," like it was an ordinary thing, a known quantity. I asked him what that meant. He told me. He said the Wendigo comes with the wind. He said it calls your name, and if you answer, it takes you. He said it drags you through the air until your feet burn away, and then more of you than your feet, and then it drops what's left from the sky. He told me this the way someone describes a weather pattern. Matter of fact, unadorned. Then he went back to what he was doing. I stayed at the post for a few days, trying to arrange another flight. On the 3rd evening, I was sitting by the stove when someone came in from the cold. A man, wrapped in a heavy blanket, wearing a hat pulled low. He sat down by the fire without speaking. There was something familiar about him. The way he sat, the shape of his shoulders. a way of holding himself that I recognized from weeks of sitting across a campfire from the same person. I stood up. My mouth was dry. I walked over to him. "Joseph?" I said. He didn't answer. "Joseph, is that you?" Nothing. No movement. No acknowledgement. The fire popped. The men at the post had gone quiet. Everyone was watching. "Are you all right?" I said. I was standing right next to him. I couldn't see his face under the hat. His hands were hidden in the blanket. He was perfectly still. The same kind of still as the trees that night. Still in a way that living things aren't still. I reached out and lifted the brim of his hat.
"I need to stop here. I need a moment." There was no face. There was nothing under the hat that had ever been a face. What was there? What was sitting in the chair by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, wearing a dead man's clothes? Was ash. Gray, fine, still warm. A small pile of it, sitting on the collar of the coat where a neck and a head should have been. As I watched, a draft from the stove caught it, and the ash scattered across the floor and was gone. The blanket collapsed. The hat fell. The coat settled into the empty chair like a skin that had been shed. Nobody in the room moved. Nobody spoke. The fire crackled. The wind outside picked up for a moment, then died. The old man behind the counter looked at the empty chair for a long time. Then he looked at me. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The expression on his face said everything. You brought him back. Or something brought him back. And what came back wasn't him. I left the next morning. I have not been north since. I have not been hunting since. I moved to a city in the south, where the trees are small and spread apart, and the wind is warm and doesn't sound like anything except wind. But some nights, November nights, when the air turns cold and the dark comes early, I hear it. Faint, far away. Not the howling, not Joseph's screams, just the wind, and underneath the wind, something that might be a voice, and underneath the voice, something that might be a name. Not Joseph's name. Mine. I need to write this down because I'm leaving the service. After what I've seen, I can't do this work anymore. And I want there to be a record. A real record, not the official report. Of what I found at that camp and what that man told me when he confessed. I was sent north in the spring to investigate the death of a Cree family. The story we'd been given was simple. A trapper had taken his family into the bush for the winter season, the way many families in the region do. His wife, 6 children, his mother, his brother, 9 people total. The winter had been severe. When the man came out in the spring, he was alone. He told the settlement that his family had starved. People were suspicious immediately. Starvation leaves marks on a person. You see it in the face, the hands, the way they move. This man looked healthy, fed. His clothes fit him well. His eyes were clear. He didn't look like someone who'd spent a winter watching his family die one by one while he wasted away beside them. He looked like someone who'd eaten regularly. They sent me and another officer to find the camp and see what was there. The camp was remote, deep in the bush, 2 days' travel from the nearest settlement. We followed the directions the man had given and found it in a clearing beside a frozen creek. There was a shelter, partially collapsed, a fire pit, some tools, and bones. I need to be careful here because the details matter, and they are difficult to say. The bones were human. That was apparent immediately. They were scattered around the camp in a way that was not consistent with burial or with animal scavenging. They were consistent with butchering. Some were cracked open lengthwise. The long bones, the femurs, split cleanly in a way that takes deliberate force. You crack a bone like that to get at the marrow inside. Near the fire pit, we found a pot. The pot contained a layer of solidified fat. I won't say what kind of fat. The report will say what kind of fat. I'm not going to write it here. There were smaller bones as well, children's bones. I found them near the shelter, partially buried in snowmelt. They were small enough to hold in one hand. I did hold them. I shouldn't have. I picked one up without thinking, and I stood there in that clearing, looking at a bone that had belonged to a child, and I understood what had happened at this camp, and the ground seemed to tilt beneath me. My partner was sick in the trees. I heard him, but I didn't go to him. I was standing very still, holding that bone, trying to keep my mind from forming the full picture. Because once you see it, once you assemble the pieces into a complete image, you can't take it apart again. It stays assembled forever. We documented everything. We collected what we could. We went back. The man was brought in. I sat across from him in a room at the fort, and he confessed. Openly, completely, without hesitation. He told me he'd killed them. All of them. His wife first, then his mother, then his brother, then the children, one by one. He told me how he'd prepared them. I won't relay that here. The report will have it. Some things should only exist in official documents, locked in drawers, read only by people who are required to read them. But there was one detail in his confession that broke me. Not the act itself, though the acts were monstrous. The detail was this. He killed his youngest son last. After the spring had come. After the snow had begun to melt. After game had returned to the woods and food was available again. He killed the boy when he didn't need to. Starvation was no longer a factor. The winter was over. And he did it anyway. When I asked him why, he went quiet for a long time. He stared at the table between us. His hands were flat on the surface, palms down, and they were steady. A man who has eaten his family and confessed to it should not have steady hands. But his were. Then he said, "I was not myself." I asked him to explain. He said the hunger started early in the winter, when the game went scarce. Normal hunger at first, the kind any person feels when food runs low. But it didn't stay normal. It grew. It changed. It stopped being about his stomach and started being about something deeper, something behind his eyes, something that whispered to him in a voice that wasn't his. He said the voice told him that the people around him weren't people anymore, that they were food, that they had always been food, and he had simply been too blind to see it. He said the voice was patient. It didn't shout. It didn't demand. It just repeated the same idea, calmly, constantly, until the idea felt like his own thought, until the boundary between the voice and his mind dissolved, and he couldn't tell which thoughts were his and which belonged to the thing inside him. He used a word I'd heard before, but never taken seriously. A word from the old stories, the ones the elders told children to keep them from wandering too far into the bush. He said he'd been possessed by a Wendigo. I asked him what that meant. He looked at me with an expression I will never forget. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't madness. It was exhaustion. The bone-deep exhaustion of a man who has been fighting something for months and has finally stopped. He said the Wendigo is a hunger that has no end, that once it enters you, you are always starving, even with food in your mouth. That it turns the people you love into meat, and it does it so slowly you don't realize it's happening until you're sitting in a camp with blood on your hands and bones in a pot, and your youngest son is dead at your feet, and the snow is melting, and the birds are singing, and you can't remember why you did it, only that it felt necessary at the time. He said, "I am still hungry." He said it calmly. He said it the way you'd tell someone you're still thirsty after a glass of water. He was sitting in a room at the fort, well-fed, rested, awaiting trial, and he was telling me that the hunger had not stopped, that it was still inside him, that the Wendigo had not left when the killing stopped. He said he was glad they were going to hang him. He said it was the only cure. I left the room. I walked outside and stood in the yard, and I breathed the spring air, and I listened to the birds, and I tried to reassemble my understanding of the world in a way that could accommodate what I had just heard. I couldn't. The pieces didn't fit anymore. There was a gap where the old picture had been, and in the gap, something cold and patient was sitting, waiting for me to look at it directly. They hanged him that summer. He was calm on the platform. The priest said he'd been cooperative, even light-hearted at times, as if the sentence was a relief, as if he was being freed from something worse than death. I've thought about that a great deal. A man who murders and eats 9 members of his own family should not be relieved to die. He should be terrified, or defiant, or broken. But this man was relieved, because the thing he was afraid of wasn't the rope. It was the hunger. And the rope was the only thing that could make the hunger stop. The official record says he was mentally ill. The official record says the Wendigo was a delusion, a cultural framework for a mind that had shattered under the pressure of an extreme winter. The official record has an explanation for everything, filed neatly, closed, finished. I don't believe the official record. I believe him. Not because I'm superstitious, not because I've lost my reason. I believe him because I sat across from him, and I looked into his eyes. And what I saw there was not madness. It was recognition. He knew exactly what had happened to him. He understood it with a clarity that the doctors and the lawyers and the priests would never have, because they hadn't felt it. And I believe him because of something that happened to me 3 weeks after the execution. Something I've told no one. I was at the fort, alone, finishing paperwork late at night. It was autumn. The window was open. A cold wind came through, early cold, the kind that comes before the snow. And with it, a sound. Faint, barely there. A voice, or the shape of a voice, carried on the wind like smoke. It said my name. I closed the window. I sat at my desk. I told myself it was the wind. I told myself the mind plays tricks after prolonged exposure to disturbing material. I told myself everything that a rational man tells himself when something irrational happens. But for just a moment, one small, terrible moment, I felt something shift inside me. A flicker, a twinge. Not hunger exactly, more like the memory of hunger. The echo of an appetite I'd never had, rising from somewhere deep and unfamiliar, touching the surface of my thoughts, and then retreating. It was brief. It passed. I went home and I ate a normal meal, and I slept. But it was there. For 1 second, it was there, And I understood, in a way I wish I didn't, what that man meant when he said the hunger starts small. I'm leaving the service. I'm moving south to a city where the winters are short and the woods are far away, and the wind doesn't carry voices. I'm going to forget this case. I'm going to put it in a box in the back of my mind, and I'm going to close the lid, and I'm never going to open it again. And I'm going to eat regular meals at regular hours, at a table with other people, in the light. Because the man in that room told me something else. Something I didn't put in the report. He said it starts when you're alone.
He said the Wendigo doesn't come for people in groups, in towns, in the light. It comes for the one who is alone, in the cold, in the dark, in the silence, with nothing between him and the hunger except the sound of the wind. I don't intend to be that person. But some nights, late, when the house is quiet and the wind picks up, I feel it. That flicker, that twinge. And I get up, and I turn on every light, and I eat something, and I wait for morning. And I wonder if this is how it started for him, too.
My father killed 14 Wendigos. I helped him with the last one. That is why I am in this cell, and that is why they are going to hang me. And I will tell you what I told the court. I would do it again. Every time. Without hesitation. Because you do not understand what we stopped. And by the time you do, it will be too late for understanding to matter. My father's name is Jack Fiddler. He is 87 years old, and he is in a cell down the hall from mine. And they are going to hang him too. 87. He has protected his people for longer than most of the men in this courtroom have been alive. And they are going to put a rope around his neck because they do not believe in the thing he has spent his life fighting. I want to be angry about that. Some days I am. But mostly, I'm just tired. My father is tired too. I can see it when they bring him past my cell. He doesn't fight anymore. Not the guards, not the lawyers, not the sentence. He fought the Wendigo for 60 years, and the thing that finally broke him wasn't the creature. It was being told, by men in suits who have never spent a night in the northern bush, that the creature doesn't exist. Let me tell you about my father. Then you can decide if he is a murderer. He was born with the knowledge. That's how he described it to me when I was young. Not that he learned it, but that it was already in him when he arrived. His mother knew it too. Her mother before her. In our community, there are people who carry certain responsibilities. Medicine people, protectors, people who see what others cannot see, and who act when others cannot act. My father was one of these people. He told me about his first killing when I was 12. He said a man in the community had begun to change. It started with withdrawal. The man stopped speaking to his family, stopped eating with them, stopped sleeping. He would stand at the edge of the camp at night and stare into the trees. His wife said he talked in his sleep, but the words were not in any language she recognized. Then the hunger came. The man began eating constantly, but losing weight. His skin went sallow. His eyes sank. He stopped responding to his name. And one night, his wife woke to find him standing over their youngest child with a look on his face that she could not describe except to say that it was not his face anymore. It was something wearing his face. She went to my father. She was the one who asked for help. I want the court to understand that. The families came to my father. They asked him. They brought him their sick, their changing, their possessed, because they knew what was happening, and they knew there was only one way to stop it. My father went to the man. He said he could see it immediately.
the thing inside, pressing outward, reshaping the man from within. He said the man's eyes were not his eyes anymore. He said the man looked at him and smiled, and the smile was too wide. And behind the teeth there was a darkness that had nothing to do with the man who used to live inside that body. My father did what had to be done. The community understood. The family grieved, but they understood. Because in our world, this is a known thing. The Wendigo is not a story we tell children to frighten them. It is a diagnosis. It is a condition that can be observed, tracked, and, if caught early enough, treated through ceremony. But when it goes too far, when the transformation is nearly complete, there is only one treatment left. 14 times, over 60 years, 14 people who were no longer people. 14 families who came to my father because they recognized the signs, the withdrawal, the sleeplessness, the hunger that couldn't be satisfied, the voice that changed, the eyes that emptied. And they asked him to do the thing that no one else could do. He never took it lightly. I want that known. He grieved every one. After each killing, he would go into the bush alone for days. He wouldn't eat. He wouldn't speak. He carried those deaths the way a man carries stones in his pockets. Always present, always heavy, never visible to anyone else. Now I will tell you about the last one, the woman. She was Cree. She lived in the community. She was known to us. Her family noticed the changes first, the same changes that had preceded every other case my father had dealt with. She stopped eating with her family. She stopped sleeping. She stood at the edge of the settlement at night, facing the tree line, motionless for hours. Her husband said she whispered to herself constantly, but when he got close enough to listen, the whispering stopped.
Then the hunger. She ate everything in the house. Raw meat, frozen meat, fat scraped from hides. And still, she lost weight. Her cheekbones pressed through her skin. Her eyes receded. Her hands looked like claws, not figuratively. The fingers seemed to lengthen. The nails thickened. Her husband said that holding her hand felt like holding a bundle of sticks wrapped in paper. She began watching people the way a hawk watches a field. That was the detail her husband used when he came to my father. He said, "She looks at our children the way she used to look at food." My father went to see her. I went with him. I had been with him for the last 3, helping, learning, carrying the burden alongside him so that he wouldn't have to carry it alone. He was 87. His hands shook. His eyes were clouded. But when he stood in front of that woman, I saw something in him that was older than his body. A steadiness, a clarity, a purpose that had nothing to do with his age. He looked at her for a long time. She was sitting in the corner of the room, wrapped in a blanket, her face hidden. She was rocking slightly. A low sound came from her. Not words, not quite a hum, a vibration. My father said later that it was the Wendigo speaking through her, testing its new voice. He turned to me, and his face told me everything. The transformation was too far along. Ceremony would not bring her back. The woman they knew was already gone. What sat in that corner, rocking and humming, was the shell she'd left behind. And inside the shell, something was growing that would, within days, begin to feed. We did what we did. I won't describe it. The court has the details. What I will say is that it was not violence.
It was mercy. The woman's family was present. They asked for it. They held her hands while we worked. They sang. When it was over, they wept, and they thanked my father. And they buried her according to the old ways. That should have been the end of it. In any other time, in any other place, it would have been. But someone told the authorities. A traitor, I think. Someone who didn't understand what had happened and saw only the surface. A dead woman, 2 men who admitted to killing her. And so, here we are. The lawyer they gave us wanted us to plead insanity. He wanted us to say we didn't know what we were doing, that we were suffering from a cultural delusion, that we believed in a monster that doesn't exist and acted on that belief. He said it was our best chance at avoiding the rope. My father refused. He said, "I will not stand in their court and call the truth a lie." So we pleaded guilty. We told them what we did and why we did it. We told them about the Wendigo. We told them about the signs, the transformation, the hunger that has no end. We told them about the 14 people my father had saved the community from over 60 years of service. They listened. They took notes. And then they convicted us. Because in their world, the Wendigo does not exist. And killing a sick woman is murder. And 87 years of protecting your people counts for nothing if the thing you were protecting them from isn't in their books. My father doesn't speak much anymore. He sits in his cell and he looks at the wall. And I think he is somewhere far away, back in the bush. Back in the years when the community understood what he did and why. Back in a time when a man could do hard, necessary work and be honored for it instead of hanged. I am not far away. I am here, in this cell, fully present, fully aware of what is coming. And I will tell you the thing that frightens me more than the rope. There is no one left. My father is the last of his kind. When they hang him, the knowledge goes with him. The ability to see the signs, to recognize the early stages, to intervene before the transformation is complete. All of it dies on that platform. And the people who convicted us will go back to their offices and their courtrooms and their comfortable certainty that the Wendigo is a superstition. And they will never know what they've done. Because the Wendigo doesn't care if you believe in it. The Wendigo doesn't require your faith or your acknowledgement. It has existed in these woods since before your language had a word for evil. And it will continue to exist long after the last person who knows how to fight it is dead. And when the next one comes, when a woman in a settlement stops sleeping, stops eating, starts watching her children with that look, who will the family call? Who will walk into that room with steady hands and old knowledge and the willingness to do what must be done? No one. There will be no one.
And the Wendigo will finish its work.
And the authorities will call it madness or violence or some term from their medical books that means we don't understand this, and we've decided not to try. And they will file their reports, and they will close their cases. And in the northern bush, in the deep cold, in the silence between the trees, the hunger will continue, and it will grow. And there will be no one left who knows how to stop it. That is what they are hanging. Not 2 men, a wall. The last wall between the thing in the woods and the people it wants to consume. I would do it again. I want that on the record. I would do it every single time. And God help the people who come after us. Found among the personal effects of a deceased resident of Roseau, Minnesota. Date of origin unknown. Entries span approximately 1883 to 1921. The diary was donated to the County Historical Society and subsequently lost. The following are transcribed excerpts. November 14th. I have decided to keep a record, not because I think anyone will read it, but because I need to see the pattern on paper. When it lives only in my head, I can tell myself I'm imagining it. When it's written down, in ink, in order, I cannot. The first time was 3 winters ago. I was coming home from the Halverson farm after dark. The road runs along the tree line for about a quarter mile before you reach town, and I was walking fast because it was cold. 10 below, maybe colder, and I wanted to be inside. I saw it at the edge of the pines. A shape. Tall, thin, pale enough to stand out against the dark trees behind it. I stopped. I told myself it was a birch trunk, bare and white, catching whatever light the sky had left. But birch trees don't stand at the edge of pine forests on that stretch of road. I know that road. I've walked it my whole life. It was there for maybe 5 seconds. Then it moved. Not quickly, not with urgency, just a slow shift backward into the trees, as if it had been seen and didn't mind, as if being seen was the point. 2 days later, Carl Engstrom was found dead in his barn. Heart gave out, they said. He was 41, healthy man, no history of illness, just dead, sitting upright against a hay bale, eyes open. I didn't connect the two events, not then. January 22nd. It's back. Mrs. Lundgren saw it last night from her kitchen window. She described it before I said a word about what I'd seen. Tall, thin, white or gray, standing at the far end of her field near the tree line. She said it stood there for several minutes, motionless, and then it turned and walked into the trees. She said the walk was wrong. The legs moved in a way that didn't look like walking. She said it looked like something pretending to walk, something that had seen a person walk and was doing its best imitation. I asked if she was certain. She gave me a look that ended the question. This morning, the Peterson boy was found in the creek, 11 years old. They said he must have wandered out in the night and slipped on the ice. But the Peterson house is a half-mile from that creek, and the boy was wearing his night clothes. No coat, no boots, in January. As if something had called him out of bed and led him there. 2 sightings, 2 deaths, both within days. I haven't told anyone about the pattern. I don't know how to say it without sounding like a fool. March 9th. A quiet winter since January. No sightings, no deaths beyond the ordinary. I've been asking the Ojibwe families who trade in town about the creature. Most of them go quiet when I bring it up. One old woman, I won't write her name, told me in a tone that suggested I should already know this, that the thing I described is a Wendigo. She said it comes before death the way thunder comes before rain. She said it doesn't cause the death. It knows the death is coming. It comes to feed on the grief. I asked her what it feeds on. She looked at me for a long time, and then she said, "Not the body." I asked what she meant. She shook her head and went back to her work. October 3rd. Eric Dahl saw it. He was out checking his trap line at dusk, and it was standing in a clearing about 100 yards from him. He said it was taller than any man he'd ever seen, and so thin that from the side it nearly disappeared. He said it turned its head toward him, slowly, the way an owl turns its head, more rotation than a human neck should allow, and he saw its face. He wouldn't describe the face. He just said it wasn't finished. I asked him what that meant. He said it looked like a face that was still being made, like something halfway between what it used to be and what it was becoming. Eric came to my house and told me this over coffee, and his hands were shaking so badly that the cup rattled against the saucer. 3 days later, his wife died in her sleep. She was 36. No illness, no warning. She went to bed and didn't wake up. Eric left town the following week. I don't know where he went. I don't think he knows either. December 25th. Christmas. The town gathered at the church. Hymns, candles, the smell of pine boughs. Afterward, we stood outside in the snow and wished each other well, and the children ran between the adults, and everything felt, for a moment, normal. I looked at the tree line behind the church. Nothing there. Just trees and snow and the flat gray sky.
But I looked. That's the thing. I always look now. Every tree line, every field, every window after dark. I scan for the shape, the way a sailor scans for rocks. It has become the first thing I do when I step outside, and the last thing I do before I close the curtains. I don't know if I'm watching for it or watching because of it. I don't know if the looking is caution or if the looking is what it wants. February 18th. The Nilsson twins are dead. Diphtheria. They were 4 years old. Reverend Holmes saw the creature 3 nights before, standing in the cemetery behind the church. He told me privately, after the funeral, his voice barely above a whisper. He said it was standing among the headstones, looking down at the ground as if reading the names. He said it stood there for a long time, and then it raised its head and looked directly at the parsonage, directly at the window where he was watching. He said he drew the curtain and prayed, and when he looked again, it was gone. I told him about the pattern, the sightings, the deaths. I showed him this diary. He read it without speaking. When he finished, he closed the book and handed it back and said, "I think you should stop writing this down." I asked why. He said, "Because I think it knows you're keeping count." September 1901. I have not written in some time. Years. I kept the diary in a drawer and told myself the pattern had ended. There were no sightings for several years. Deaths occurred, as deaths do in any small town, but they were explicable. Age, illness, accident, the ordinary machinery of mortality. Then last week, Peter Bjornstad saw it on the road south of town. Same description. Tall, thin, pale, standing at the tree line in the last light of the day, watching the road. Peter is a steady man, not given to fancies. He told me calmly, directly, and then he said, "I thought you should know, seeing as you keep track. I didn't know anyone knew about the diary." The following day, the Kowalski infant died. Crib death, they called it. The pattern has not ended. It paused. November 1904. 2 sightings this autumn. The Gustafson boy saw it near the mill. Anna Lindgren saw it crossing the field behind her house at dawn. She said it moved through the snow without leaving tracks, which I have not heard before and which I cannot explain. Old Henrik Johansson died the day after Anna's sighting. 91 years old, so perhaps that death was simply his time. But the timing, always the timing. I've been counting. Since I began this diary, I have recorded 9 sightings. 9 deaths have followed, each within 1 to 4 days. I am aware that people die, and that in a small town, deaths are noticed. I am aware that correlation is not causation. I am aware of all the rational objections. I am also aware that 9 for 9 is not coincidence. April 1911. I am 63 years old. I have kept this diary for nearly 30 years.
The creature has appeared 11 times that I know of. 11 deaths have followed. I no longer try to explain it to people. Those who have seen it understand. Those who haven't think I'm an old man losing his grip. I accept both of these realities. But I have noticed something new, and I want to record it. The sightings are getting closer to town. The first sighting, 30 years ago, was at the far edge of the tree line, a quarter mile from the nearest building. The most recent was behind the church, within the town limits. Whatever this thing is, it is not staying in the woods. It is approaching. Slowly, over decades, but approaching. I don't know what happens when it reaches the center. January 1917. It stood in the street last night. Martin Dahl, Eric's nephew, one of the few who stayed, saw it from his window. He said it was standing in the middle of the main road, between the general store and the post office, at 2 a.m. He said it was taller than the awning. He said it stood there for several minutes, and then it walked. That wrong walk, that imitation, north, toward the edge of town, and disappeared. The widow Carlson died the next morning, found in her chair by the stove. The expression on her face, Martin said, was not peaceful. It is in the town now. October 1921. I am 73. I am tired. This will be my last entry. I saw it myself last night, for the second time in my life. The first time was 38 years ago, on the road from the Halverson farm. I was a young man then, and I told myself it was a tree. Last night, I looked out my bedroom window, and it was standing in my yard. 10 feet from my house, facing my window. Tall and pale, and impossibly thin, and completely still. The moon was bright enough that I could see it clearly, and I will tell you what I saw. Because after 38 years of recording other people's descriptions, I owe the record my own. It was not an animal. It was not a man. It was something that had been a man a long time ago and had kept going after the man was used up. The body was a frame, bones and skin stretched over hunger, nothing else. The face was what Eric Dahl described 20 years ago, unfinished. Features that suggested a human face, the way a mask suggests a face, without any of the life behind it. And the eyes. I had never been close enough to see the eyes before. They were open, and they were looking at me, and they held nothing. Not malice, not curiosity, not intelligence. Just appetite. A vast, cold, permanent appetite that had no bottom and no end. I stood at the window, and it stood in my yard, and we looked at each other for a long time. I was not afraid. I have been afraid of this thing for 38 years. And last night, standing at my window, the fear was simply gone. What replaced it was something quieter. Recognition, maybe. An understanding between us that needed no words. It knows I've been writing about it. Reverend Holm was right. It has known all along. And it has come at last, not for someone else in town, but for the person who has been keeping count. I am not going to run. I am 73 years old, and I have buried 2 wives and 4 friends, and I have watched this town live under the shadow of something it cannot name. And I am tired. I will leave this diary in the drawer of my writing desk. Whoever finds it will make of it what they will. They will believe it or they won't. The pattern will continue or it won't. The creature will come again or it will move on to some other place, some other town, some other person foolish enough to start counting. But I want the record to be complete. So here is the last entry. Here is the final number. 13 sightings. 13 deaths. Mine will be the 14th. The diary's author was found deceased in his home on October 19th, 1921. Cause of death was recorded as heart failure. No subsequent sightings of the creature were reported in the Roseau area.
My wife still doesn't believe me. I need to say that up front so you understand the position I'm in. I came home from northern Canada 3 weeks ago, and I told her what happened to her brother. And she looked at me like I was cruel. And then like I was crazy. And then like I was a stranger she'd never met. She hasn't looked at me normally since. I don't blame her. If someone told me what I told her, I wouldn't believe it either. Here's what happened. Her brother, Craig, and his friend Denny wanted to go winter hunting in northern Manitoba. Caribou. Craig had done it before. He was the type who collected experiences the way other people collect stamps. Investment banker, big money, loud about it. He and Denny were cut from the same cloth. Expensive gear, expensive trips, expensive stories to tell at dinner parties. My wife thought it would be good for me to go with them. Bond with my brother, she said. You two just need to spend time together. I didn't want to go. I want that on the record. I didn't want to spend a week in the frozen bush with two men who thought my job was beneath them, and my hobbies were boring, and my value as a human being was directly proportional to my annual income. But I went, because my wife asked me to, and because saying no would have given Craig another thing to hold over me at Thanksgiving. We flew into a small airstrip in the far north and drove to a lodge on the edge of the tree line. The lodge was nearly empty. End of season, skeleton staff. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel peaceful so much as abandoned. Our guide was waiting at the bar. His name was Thomas, Chippewan. Short, weathered, quiet. He'd been drinking when we arrived, which Craig found hilarious and I found concerning. Craig and Denny went to bed early. I stayed up with Thomas by the fire because I didn't want to be in a room next to Craig's, listening to him and Denny laugh through the walls. Thomas and I sat in silence for a while. Then he started talking. Your brother-in-law, he said. He's been out here before? Once. Different guide. Thomas nodded. Men like him come up here to prove something. To themselves. To each other. The bush doesn't care what you're trying to prove. It has its own agenda. I asked him what he meant. He was quiet for a long time. The fire popped. Wind pushed against the windows. Then he said, "Do you know what a Wendigo is?" I didn't. He told me. He told me about a spirit that lives in the northern woods, as old as the trees, older maybe. He said it doesn't attack the way an animal attacks. It enters. It finds a person, usually someone who is already hungry in a way that has nothing to do with food. Someone who consumes without being satisfied. Someone whose appetite has no floor. He said the Wendigo gets inside that person and fills the empty space. And once it's in, the hunger becomes something else. Something that can only be fed one way. I asked him if he was trying to scare me.
He looked at me with an expression that was so far from amusement that I felt ashamed for asking. "I'm telling you because the conditions are right," he said. "The cold, the aurora, the isolation, and because your brother-in-law is exactly the kind of man it looks for." I went to bed unsettled. Around midnight, Craig unzipped my tent and stuck his head in with a flashlight under his chin, doing a stupid ghost voice. "I'm the Wendigo, come to get you," while Denny laughed behind him. I rolled over and ignored them. They stumbled back to their tent. The wind picked up. The next 3 days were uneventful. We tracked caribou. We didn't find any. Craig got frustrated. Denny got bored. Thomas led us deeper into the bush, further from the lodge, into terrain that was flat and white and featureless. The trees thinned. The sky was enormous. The aurora at night was so bright and active it looked like the atmosphere was breathing. On the 4th night, things changed. We were camped near a frozen lake. Thomas had built a fire and was cooking bannock. Craig and Denny were sharing a flask, getting loud. I was sitting apart, watching the aurora, when Thomas came and sat next to me. "Something is off," he said quietly. "The animals are gone. I haven't seen tracks since yesterday." I looked at him. His face was tight. He was watching the tree line, what little tree line there was, a sparse row of stunted spruce along the far shore of the lake. "We should head back tomorrow," he said. I agreed. Craig wouldn't, but I agreed. That night, the wind came.
Not regular wind. This was different.
A howling that rose and fell in patterns that sounded almost like speech. It shook the tents. It pushed against the fabric like hands pressing from the outside. I lay in my bag, listening, telling myself it was just wind, just the open tundra funneling air across the lake. Then I heard Thomas's name being called. Long, drawn out, carried on the wind like a thread woven through the howling. Thomas's name, distorted but recognizable, coming from somewhere out on the lake. I sat up. My breath was visible. The temperature had dropped so far that the inside of the tent was crackling with frost. I heard Thomas in his tent, moving. Then I heard him say something in Chippewayan. Low, fast, urgent. A prayer, maybe. A command. I don't know. The wind shifted. It stopped calling Thomas's name. It started calling Craig's. I heard it clearly. Craig's name, stretched and pulled apart, syllables separated by seconds of howling silence. Over and over. Not a scream, not a shout. A summons. Patient, repetitive, certain. I heard Craig's tent unzip. I scrambled out of my bag and out of my tent in time to see Craig standing in the snow in his base layers. No coat, no boots, staring out at the frozen lake. The aurora was violent above us, green and white, pulsing, throwing light across the snow like a strobe. Craig's face was lit up in that shifting light, and his expression was, I don't have the right word. Blank, but not empty. Receptive. Like a man listening to music only he could hear. Thomas was already out, moving toward Craig, speaking to him in English. Get back in the tent. Don't listen. It's not real. Get back inside. Craig didn't move. The wind called his name again, and his head turned toward the lake. Slow, mechanical, like something was adjusting his direction from the inside. Thomas grabbed his arm. Craig shoved him. Not the way you shove someone who's annoying you, the way you throw something out of your path. Thomas hit the ground hard. Craig was bigger, stronger, and in that moment, something else. Something that was using Craig's body without Craig's permission. Denny came out of his tent. What the hell is going on? Craig walked onto the lake, barefoot, in his base layers, on ice, in the dark, in 20 below, toward the source of the voice that was calling his name. He walked with long, even strides, and the wind carried the sound of his footsteps back to us. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Steady and unhurried. Thomas got to his feet. "Don't follow him," he said. "Do not go onto that ice." Denny ignored him. Denny ran after Craig. He caught up to him about 50 yards out on the lake and grabbed his shoulder, and Craig turned around. I was standing at the edge of the lake. The aurora was bright enough that I could see them clearly. Craig turned and looked at Denny, and Denny let go of his shoulder and took a step back. I couldn't see Craig's face from where I was, but I could see Denny's. And whatever Denny saw in Craig's face made him try to run. He didn't make it. I'm not going to describe what happened on that ice. I told my wife, and she screamed, and I'm not going to write it down and make it exist in another place. What I will say is that the sounds carried across the lake, and they were not the sounds of a fight. And Thomas put his hand on my arm and held me in place. And he said, "If you go out there, there will be 3. We stood at the edge of the lake, and we listened to Denny die. When it was quiet, Craig walked further out onto the ice. He walked north, toward the far shore, toward the tree line. His strides were longer now, much longer, impossibly long, as if each step covered 10 or 15 feet. The aurora lit him from above, and in that light, he didn't look like Craig anymore. The proportions were wrong. He was taller, thinner. His arms hung too low. He reached the far tree line, and he walked into the spruce, and he was gone. Thomas and I packed in the dark. We left Denny's gear. We left Craig's gear. We drove the snowmobile south without speaking, riding for hours through the dark and the cold. And we didn't stop until we reached the lodge. Thomas called the authorities. I called my wife. The authorities sent a search team to the lake. They found blood on the ice. They found Denny's remains. They did not find Craig. The official report says Craig suffered a psychotic break brought on by extreme cold, isolation, and possible substance interaction. The official report says he attacked and killed his friend in a state of temporary insanity, then wandered into the bush, where he presumably died of exposure. The official report says his body has not been recovered. Thomas and I have spoken twice since that night. The first time, he called to ask if I was all right. I said I didn't know. The second time, I called him. It was late at night, a few weeks after I'd been home. I asked him the question I'd been carrying since the lake. Is Craig dead? Thomas was quiet for a long time. I could hear wind on his end of the line. I don't know where he was. The man you knew is dead, he said. What's left isn't him. Then what is it? Hungry, Thomas said. It's always hungry. And it's still out there. He hung up. I haven't called again. My wife filed a missing persons report. She's waiting for them to find Craig's body in the spring thaw. She's planning a memorial. She sets a place for him at the table sometimes, out of habit or grief or something in between. I sit across from that empty chair, and I eat my dinner, and I don't say what I know. Because what I know would end my marriage, and it wouldn't bring Craig back, and it wouldn't change what's walking through the spruce forests of northern Manitoba right now, in the dark, in the cold, with strides too long for any human being to take. The wind here in the city doesn't sound like anything except wind. That's what I tell myself. But last week I woke up at 3 in the morning and the bedroom window was open. My wife was asleep beside me. The air coming through the window was cold. Not city cold. Deep cold. The kind of cold I felt on that lake. And on the wind, so faint I could almost convince myself I imagined it. I heard Craig's voice. He was calling my name. I need to write this fast because the hunger is coming back, and I don't know how much time I have before it takes me again. It started with a meal. That's the part that's going to sound ordinary, and I need you to understand that it was ordinary. Everything about that night was ordinary until it wasn't, and the line between the two is so thin that I walked right over it without feeling it under my feet. My girlfriend Nora and I went to dinner. A new place, small, underground, one of those restaurants that doesn't advertise and doesn't have a sign, and you find out about it from someone who found out about it from someone. It was on a side street downtown, below a nail salon, down a narrow set of stairs into a warm basement room with low lights and cloth napkins and a menu I couldn't read half of. The waiter was eager. Too eager. He recommended a dish, a broth with rice noodles and pork, house specialty, you must try it. I said fine. Nora ordered a salad. The food came fast. The broth was rich and dark. The pork had an unusual taste. Not bad, not good. Bitter underneath the spice. A flavor I couldn't place, couldn't compare to anything I'd had before. I finished the bowl. Nora tried a bite and made a face and went back to her salad. We went home. Normal night. I watched television. She went to bed. I brushed my teeth and lay down beside her and fell asleep. I woke up hungry. Not morning hungry. Not I skipped dinner hungry. Hungry in a way I have never been hungry in my life. A deep, pulling emptiness in my stomach that felt less like hunger and more like something had been removed from inside me. An organ, a piece of my core. And my body was screaming to fill the space. I went to the kitchen. I made 4 eggs. I ate them standing at the stove, shoveling them in with a fork, barely chewing. The hunger didn't move. I opened the fridge. I ate leftover pasta cold, straight from the container. I ate a block of cheddar in pieces, tearing it with my hands. I ate deli turkey rolled into tubes and pushed into my mouth whole. I ate pickles and hummus and yogurt and a sleeve of crackers and half a jar of peanut butter, digging it out with my fingers. The hunger didn't move. I sat on the kitchen floor surrounded by empty containers and wrappers and open jars, and I could feel my stomach distended and full, physically full, but the hunger was still there, underneath everything I'd eaten, patient and intact, like I hadn't touched it. Nora found me. She came into the kitchen and looked at the mess and looked at me, and her face went through about 6 expressions in 3 seconds. What happened? I don't know. I can't stop eating. You need to go to urgent care. I need to eat. You just ate the entire fridge." She was right. The fridge was empty. I'd gone through it systematically. Every shelf, every drawer, every container pushed to the back and forgotten. All of it was gone or open or smeared across the counter, and I was sitting on the floor with food on my shirt and my hands sticky with peanut butter, and I was still hungry. I went to the bathroom. I looked in the mirror. Something was wrong with my face. The cheekbones were sharper than they should have been. The skin looked tighter. The circles under my eyes were dark. Not tired dark, sick dark. I had just consumed the contents of an entire refrigerator, and I looked like I hadn't eaten in a week. Then I noticed something else. My lips were wet. Not from food. I was salivating. Heavily. Saliva was pooling in my mouth faster than I could swallow it, and it had started when Nora walked into the kitchen. Not when I saw the food. When I saw Nora. I gripped the sink. I stared at my reflection. I watched my pupils shrink to points, and I felt the hunger shift. Not grow, shift. Redirect itself towards something specific. Something that wasn't in the fridge. Something that was standing in the kitchen doorway, asking me if I was okay. "I need you to leave the apartment," I said. "What?" "Nora, I need you to leave. Right now. Go to Amy's. Go anywhere. I'll call you when—" I didn't know how to finish that sentence. When what? When the hunger that was telling me to put my teeth into the side of her face went away? When I stopped looking at her neck and thinking about how warm the blood would be? "You're scaring me." "Good. Leave." She left. I heard the front door close. I slid down the bathroom wall and sat on the tile, and I pressed my hands against my stomach, and I tried to understand what was happening to me. The hunger didn't care about understanding. The hunger just sat there, heavy and patient, filling the space behind my eyes, turning every thought into a calculation of proximity and opportunity. How far is the nearest person? How long would it take to reach them? How much resistance would they put up? I am not a violent person. I have never been in a fight. I have never hurt anyone deliberately in my life. And I was sitting on my bathroom floor thinking about the woman I love in terms of yield. I called Nora's friend Amy. Amy and her boyfriend had been to the same restaurant 3 nights ago. Amy's boyfriend's name was Derek. Nora mentioned that Amy had recommended the place. Amy didn't answer. I called again. Nothing. I called Derek. Nothing. I got in my car. I drove to their apartment. The door was unlocked. The smell hit me in the hallway, sweet and rotten, thick enough to taste. The kitchen was destroyed. Food everywhere. On the floor, on the walls, containers emptied and thrown. The fridge was open and bare. I found Amy in the living room. I'm not going to describe what I found in the living room, not in detail. I'll say that Derek was there too, and that what had been done to him was not something a human being does to another human being. And Amy was there, on the floor. And she was still alive, barely. And she was eating. And she looked up at me, and her face was hollow and white, and her eyes were dead and bright at the same time. And she smiled with a mouth full of things I can't name. And she said 2 words. "You're hungry." Not a question, a statement, a recognition. She could see it in me. The same thing that was in her. The same thing that had been passed to us through the same meal in the same restaurant from the same dish that tasted bitter underneath the spice. I backed away. I left. I drove home. I locked the door. I sat in the kitchen and I tried to call the restaurant. The number was disconnected. I tried to find it online. No listing, no reviews, no record that it had ever existed. The restaurant is gone. Whatever it served us, whatever was in that pork, if it was pork, is in my blood now, and it's not leaving. It's been 6 hours since I ate the fridge. The hunger is worse. Not slightly worse, exponentially worse. It has moved past my stomach and into my head, and it's rewriting my thoughts in real time. I'll be in the middle of a sentence, and I'll lose it because the hunger inserts an image, a fantasy, vivid and detailed, of feeding. And the image is so satisfying, so complete, that the real world grays out for a second, and I have to physically shake my head to come back. I called Nora. I told her not to come home. I told her I was sick and it might be contagious. She asked if she should call an ambulance. I said no. What would I tell them? That a restaurant that doesn't exist anymore served me something that's turning me into a thing that eats people? They'd put me in a psych hold. And then I'd be in a room with orderlies and nurses and other patients, and the hunger would do what the hunger does. I can feel it changing me. Not just my thoughts, my body. My hands look thinner. My nails are longer than they were this morning. I know that's impossible, but I'm looking at them right now, and they are longer. My gums ache like my teeth are shifting. When I caught my reflection in the microwave door, the face looking back was narrower, sharper, less like me, and more like the thing I'm becoming. The old stories say the Wendigo was once a person, that it starts with hunger, that the first taste of human flesh is the door, and once you walk through it, you can't walk back. The heart freezes, the body stretches, the person disappears, and the appetite is all that's left. I haven't walked through the door. Not yet. I'm sitting in my kitchen, in my apartment, in a building full of people, and I can hear them. Not with my ears, with the hunger. I can feel them through the walls, their warmth, their weight, the soft, wet machinery of their bodies working away on the other side of the drywall. The woman upstairs, the couple next door, the man in 4C who comes home late and microwaves something and watches television alone. I can feel all of them. And the hunger has an opinion about each one. I'm writing this because I need someone to know what happened. I need someone to know that I was a person, a normal person, with a girlfriend and a job and a kitchen that used to have food in it, and that something was done to me. Something was put inside me through a meal at a restaurant that no longer exists, served by a waiter who smiled too wide and licked his lips when he described the dish. I think the waiter knew. I think the waiter had gone through the door a long time ago. And I think the restaurant wasn't a restaurant. It was a feeding mechanism, a way to spread the hunger, a way to make more. It's midnight now. The hunger is the loudest thing in the world. It's louder than my thoughts. It's louder than my heartbeat. It's pushing against the inside of my skull, and it wants me to stand up and walk to the door and open it and go into the hallway and knock on the door of the woman upstairs, and when she opens it, to do what Amy did to Derek. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to finish writing this, and then I'm going to figure out a way to stop it, or contain it, or end it before it ends someone else. But the hunger is so loud, and my hands are so thin, and my teeth ache, and the woman upstairs just dropped something, and I can hear her footsteps through the ceiling, and they sound like a heartbeat, and my mouth is filling with saliva, and I'm going to stop writing now. I think I need to eat. This is a debrief.
I'm recording it because I don't trust myself to write it coherently, and because the officers who debriefed me at base didn't include any of what I actually said in their report. Their version says exposure, starvation, psychological deterioration, and fratricide. Their version is clean and explainable and fits in a filing cabinet. Their version is wrong. There were 4 of us. Me, Hicks, Paulson, and Webb. We were a recon patrol operating in a mountainous, heavily forested region that I am not authorized to name. Our mission was routine surveillance of a route through a valley. We were supposed to be out for 5 days. We were out for 19. On day 3, our comms went dead. Not gradually, completely. One transmission came through garbled, the next was static, and after that, nothing. No signal in, no signal out. We followed protocol, moved to higher ground, attempted contact at scheduled intervals, waited for extraction at the designated point. Nobody came. The weather turned on day 4. Snow, wind, temperatures that dropped below anything we were equipped for. Our rations were calculated for 5 days. By day 8, we were eating pine bark soup and splitting a single MRE 4 ways. By day 12, we'd shot a rabbit with ammunition we couldn't afford to spend, and we stretched that rabbit across 3 days by boiling the bones twice. We found a structure on day 6. An old hunting shelter, half collapsed, walls gapped with missing boards. It wasn't much, but it broke the wind. We made it our base. Every morning, I sent Paulson up the ridge with the radio. Every morning, he came back with nothing. The hunger was the worst part. Not the cold, not the isolation, the hunger. It changes you. It hollows you out from the inside, and the empty space fills with something else. Desperation, maybe. Or something older than desperation. Something that was waiting in the walls of that shelter and in the silence of those woods for someone hungry enough to hear it. On day 14, we woke up to blood. It was everywhere. Sprayed across the snow, frozen to the trees, pooled around a shape in the center of our camp that I initially couldn't identify as an animal. It had been a deer. I determined that from the hooves and a patch of fur on the hindquarters. The rest was unrecognizable. Torn apart, organs scattered, flesh ripped in chunks from the bone. The kill pattern was wrong. I've seen predator kills. Bears leave tooth marks along a wide jawline. Cats sever the throat. Wolves go for the haunches and eat methodically. This was none of those. The bite marks were flat, incisors, the kind of bite marks that come from a human mouth. The antlers had been removed, not broken, wrenched from the skull with force that had cracked the bone plate. They were nowhere in the camp. The men were shaken. Paulson threw up. Hicks wanted to move immediately. Webb said nothing. He stood at the edge of the scene and stared at the carcass with an expression I couldn't read. I made a tactical decision. We'd salvage the edible meat, bury the rest, and use the protein to fuel a push west toward the extraction corridor Paulson had picked up in the last garbled transmission. 22 kilometers through dense forest and thigh-deep snow. With full stomachs, we could make it in 2 days. We cooked the salvageable meat. We ate. For the first time in weeks, we went to bed with something in our stomachs. The relief was physical. I could feel my body unknotting, my thoughts clearing. We slept better that night than we had since the comms went down. Webb took first watch. I woke before dawn to Hicks shaking me. His face was gray. He pointed outside. I followed him.
Webb was gone. His sleeping bag was open, unzipped, not torn. He'd left voluntarily. 2 sets of tracks led out of camp. Webb's boots and something else. Barefoot prints in the snow, longer and narrower than any human foot, spaced impossibly far apart. We found Hicks 100 meters from camp. Not Webb, Hicks. I need to be precise because this is where it gets difficult. Webb had been on watch. Hicks had been asleep next to me. But the body in the clearing was Hicks. I'm confusing myself. Let me start over. We found the body of the man who was supposed to be on watch. It was Webb. What was left of Webb. The wounds matched the deer. Bite marks, flat human incisors. Chunks of flesh removed. Eyes gone, the sockets ringed with tooth impressions. And the same puncture wounds I'd seen on the deer. Deep, narrow holes, as if something blunt and pointed had been driven into the body repeatedly. The antlers. The missing antlers from the deer.
Paulson connected it before I did. Someone's using them as weapons, he said. His voice was flat, the way voices get when the mind has decided to process information without feeling it. We buried Webb. We armed ourselves. We moved. I want to be clear about what happened next, because the official report says we were all suffering from starvation psychosis, and that what followed was the result of impaired cognition. I was impaired. I was starving and exhausted and terrified. But I was not hallucinating. I know the difference between what my mind manufactures and what my eyes report. And what my eyes reported over the next 48 hours was real. We marched west. Paulson, Hicks, and me. We rotated point. We didn't speak. The forest was silent. Not quiet. Silent. No birds, no wind, no cracking branches. The snow absorbed everything. We moved through a world that had been muted. That night, we sheltered under fallen timber. We set a watch rotation, 2 hours each. I took first shift. Nothing happened. Paulson took second. I fell asleep. I woke to screaming. Hicks was screaming. Not in pain, in terror. I scrambled out of the shelter, weapon up, flashlight sweeping. The beam found Paulson first. Paulson was on the ground. The scene was the same as Webb, the same as the deer, the same flat bite marks, the same puncture wounds, the same empty sockets. Hicks was standing over him. His back was to me. He was holding the antlers, one in each hand, the tines dark with blood and matter. He was trembling. "Hicks," I said. My weapon was aimed at his center mass. "Put them down." He didn't turn around. His breathing was ragged, heavy, animal. Steam poured from his mouth in thick clouds. "Hicks, drop the antlers. Turn around slowly." I didn't do this. His voice was wrong. The pitch was his, but the cadence was off. Too fast, too eager. Words tumbling out like they couldn't wait to be said. I woke up and I found him like this. I picked these up because I don't know why I picked them up. I don't know why I can't put them down. Put them down, Hicks. I can't. He said it simply, like someone reporting a mechanical failure.
The antlers will not release from my hand, sir. Something is wrong with me. I think I ate some of... His voice broke. I can feel it in my stomach. I can feel it in my head. It's telling me things. What's telling you things? The hunger. It's not hunger anymore. It's something else. It's like a voice, but it doesn't use words. It shows me what to do. It showed me what to do to Paulson. I watched myself do it. I was inside my body, watching my hands do it, and I couldn't stop. Hicks, I need you to put the antlers down and step away from Paulson. He turned around. The flashlight hit his face, and I saw that something had happened to it. The cheekbones were sharper. The skin was tighter, pulled against the skull like it was shrinking. His lips were pulled back from his teeth in a way that wasn't a smile, but looked like one. There was flesh between his teeth, dark matter under his fingernails, and his eyes. His eyes were still Hicks's eyes, still human, still terrified. But behind the terror, something else was looking out. Something that was using his face as a window. It wants me to put these in my head, he said. He raised the antlers, both hands. He held them above his skull, the bases positioned against his temples. His arms were shaking. It's telling me to push them in. It says it'll stop hurting once I do. It says the hunger will be over. Hicks, do not... He drove them in, both antlers, simultaneously, into the sides of his skull. The sound. I can't describe the sound. His body went rigid. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. Blood ran down both sides of his face in perfect symmetry, over his cheekbones, along his jaw, dripping from his chin. The antlers jutted from his head at crooked angles, like a crown that had been hammered on. He should have been dead. The force alone should have killed him instantly. But he wasn't dead. His body relaxed. His arms dropped to his sides, and his face changed. The terror left it. The tension drained out of every muscle. What replaced it was calm. Serene. Empty. Absolute calm. He looked at me. The eyes weren't Hicks's eyes anymore. "You should run," he said, and smiled. The smile was too wide. The teeth were red. I ran. I dropped everything except my weapon, and I ran through the snow in the dark, crashing through brush, tripping over deadfall, getting up, running again. I ran west. I ran until I couldn't feel my legs, and then I ran further. At some point, I fell and didn't get up. The snow was deep and soft, and I lay in it. And I looked at the sky, and I waited to die. I didn't die. A patrol found me the next morning. I'd made it to within 4 kilometers of the extraction point. They carried me out, they flew me to base, they put me in a warm room and gave me food and water and a blanket. And then they asked me what happened. I told them everything. They wrote down something else. The official report says Hicks killed Paulson and Webb in a state of starvation-induced psychosis, and then wandered into the bush, where he presumably died of exposure. The search team found Paulson's body. They found Webb's body. They did not find Hicks. They didn't find the antlers either. I've been stateside for 4 months. I'm on administrative leave. I see a therapist twice a week. She's helping me develop coping strategies for trauma-induced intrusive thoughts. She doesn't believe what happened. She believes I believe what happened, and she's working to help me reframe the narrative in a way that supports recovery. I don't want to reframe the narrative. The narrative is accurate. One of my men was taken by something that entered him through the hunger and used his body to kill and feed. And when it was done with him, it made him push antlers into his own skull. And he didn't die. He smiled. He told me to run. And somewhere in a forest I am not authorized to name, he is still there, with those antlers in his head, walking through the snow on legs that work differently now, hungry for something that no amount of feeding will ever satisfy. The therapist asks me if I have nightmares. I do. But the nightmares aren't about what I saw. The nightmares are about what Hicks said before he put the antlers in. He said, "It showed me what to do. I watched myself do it. I was inside my body watching my hands do it, and I couldn't stop. That's what keeps me awake. Not the gore, not the teeth, not the antlers. The idea that the person is still in there, watching, trapped behind their own face while something else drives. The Wendigo doesn't kill you. It doesn't replace you. It moves in next to you and takes the wheel, and you sit in the passenger seat forever, watching your own hands do things you will never be able to unsee. Hicks is still in there. I'm sure of it. And the thing wearing him is still hungry. And some nights, when the wind sounds like a voice, I wonder if the hunger that found Hicks is the same hunger I felt in that shelter, on those starving nights, when the emptiness inside me grew big enough for something else to fit. I wonder if it tried me first, and I wasn't empty enough. And I wonder how empty I'd have to be.
The Wendigo let me live.
And I've spent every day since trying to understand why. That was 6 years ago. I've moved twice. I live in a city now. 8th floor, no trees within a block, streetlights on every corner. I chose this apartment specifically because the nearest forest is 40 miles away. I wanted concrete and glass and noise. I wanted to be as far from the woods as geography would allow while still holding a job. It didn't matter. But I'll get to that. There were 4 of us that night. Me, my boyfriend Tate, his younger brother Owen, who was 13, and Tate's roommate Brennan. We were camping in a stretch of forest outside of town. Old growth, hilly, the kind of woods that feel different after dark. Tate had been talking about this spot for weeks. There was a tree he wanted to show us, a massive oak that had been split by lightning, the trunk burned black and cracked wide open, but still alive. He said it was sacred ground. He said the indigenous people who'd lived in the area had used it as a cremation site. Owen was too young for the trip. I told Tate that. Tate said it would toughen him up, which was the kind of thing Tate said about everything that made Owen uncomfortable. Brennan didn't care either way. Brennan had been drinking since we left the car. We reached the tree at dusk. It was everything Tate had described. Enormous, split down the center, the interior charred. You could stand inside the gap. Owen stared at it with the wide eyes of a 13-year-old who knows he's looking at something old and doesn't have the language for it yet. Tate told us a story. He'd researched the area. He was a history minor, and he treated every outing like a field study. He told us about a tribe that had lived in these woods, a tribe that was feared by the others because of a curse, a creature that followed them, a Wendigo, he called it, that fed on the dead and the living alike. He told us how the tribe had been driven into these woods by settlers, how a child had died in his mother's arms the night they arrived, how lightning had struck this very tree at the moment of the boy's death. He told us the mother had made a bargain. She went to the edge of the woods, alone, and she called the Wendigo to her. When it came, she offered it a wild rose, taken from the ones she'd placed in her dead son's arms, and she asked it to protect this land, to guard her son's resting place, to keep the outsiders away. The Wendigo accepted, and the mother paid the price. She knelt and bowed her head, and the creature killed her. That was the deal. You don't bargain with the Wendigo and walk away. Owen was gripping my arm by the end of the story. Brennan was rolling his eyes. I was watching the tree line and trying to ignore the feeling I'd had since we entered the woods. A low, persistent unease, like static behind my thoughts. Then Brennan jumped out of the bushes in a black hoodie and tackled Tate, and Owen screamed and ran, and by the time the two idiots stopped laughing, the 13-year-old had disappeared into the dark. I was furious. Tate called his mother. Owen had made it home, out of breath, terrified, but safe. I didn't forgive them. We argued. Brennan wandered off with another beer. Tate tried to make up with me. He pulled a red rose from his pack. He'd planned the whole evening, the story, the scare, the alone time afterward. The rose was supposed to be romantic. In hindsight, bringing a red rose to the place where a mother offered a red rose to a Wendigo was either a coincidence or something worse. We were in an abandoned house nearby, the kind of structure that exists in every stretch of rural woods, collapsing slowly, wallpaper peeling, windows broken. Tate and I were talking when we heard the scream. Not Brennan's voice doing a bit. A scream. Short, high, cut off. Tate grabbed the flashlight. We went outside. We called Brennan's name. The woods gave us nothing back. Tate found Brennan's trail, broken brush, footprints, and followed it into a clearing. I was behind him, holding the rose because I'd been fidgeting with it all night and hadn't put it down. I saw it before Tate did. It was on the hill at the far side of the clearing, moving on all fours with a gait that made my stomach turn. Its body was emaciated, the spine visible through the skin, the ribs jutting like fingers pressing outward. The skin was dark, almost metallic, shifting slightly as it moved, catching light from passing cars on the road below. Its limbs bent at angles that didn't correspond to any anatomy I understood. The wrists rotated too far, the knees bent the wrong way. It turned its head toward me. The face had no nose. The mouth was an open void. And the eyes, sunken hollows that glowed with a faint, sick yellow, locked onto me with an intelligence that was worse than mindlessness. It knew I was there. It had known the whole time. It came down the hill fast, not running, launching. A single push of its back legs and it covered 30 feet and hit me at the shoulder. I went down. My head struck something and the world fractured into gray shapes and ringing. When my vision cleared, I saw what it was doing to Brennan. I won't describe it fully. I'll say that Brennan was alive when it started, and that the sounds he made didn't last long, and that what was left of him when it finished wouldn't be found for 3 weeks, 30 miles away. Tate tried to run. The creature caught him. It threw him into a ditch. I heard his leg break. Then it turned back to me. I was on the ground, bleeding from my head, shaking, holding the rose so tightly that the thorns had driven into my palm. Blood ran down my wrist and dripped onto the petals. The creature approached me, slowly. Its breath was a wet, rattling wheeze. Its face was inches from mine. I could smell it. Rot and copper and something ancient underneath. Something that smelled like the earth itself had exhaled. It reached out, one clawed hand, dark and slick. I flinched, waiting for the strike. It touched the rose. Its claw traced the petals the way a person touches something they recognize. Gently, carefully, as if the flower meant something to it, as if somewhere in the ruin of whatever this thing used to be, there was a memory. A woman kneeling. A red rose offered. A bargain struck. It leaned closer. Its tongue, long, forked, black, traced my cheek, down my neck, along my arm. It reached my hand and paused at the rose. I felt the thorns shift in my palm as it pried my fingers open and took the flower from my grip. Then it left. It went to Tate. It slashed him across the chest. One swipe, deep but not fatal. And then it turned and disappeared into the dark, carrying the rose. The Rangers found us 2 days later. Tate and I were unconscious. They never identified the animal that attacked us. Tate spent 6 months in the hospital. His mind never fully came back. He talks about the creature constantly. The doctors call it trauma-induced psychosis. They gave him medication. The medication made him stop talking about it, but it didn't make him stop seeing it. I can tell by his eyes. I went to therapy. I took the pills. I let the professionals reshape the memory until it fit inside a diagnosis. Bear attack. Acute stress response. Survivor's guilt. I let them sand down the edges until the story was smooth enough to live with. But here's what the therapists can't explain. Here's why I moved to a city. Here's why I live on the 8th floor with no trees in sight. 2 years after the attack, I was living in a new town, a new apartment, ground floor. Behind the complex, there was a small patch of woods. Nothing extensive, maybe an acre of trees between the apartments and a strip mall. The kind of woods that aren't really woods. The kind that exist only because nobody's built on them yet. I looked out my window one morning, and it was standing at the tree line. Same height, same emaciated frame, same skin that shifted in the light, same hollow eyes, watching my window with the patience of something that has nowhere else to be. I moved within the week. 8th floor, no trees. A city where the only green is in window boxes and median strips. For 4 years, I didn't see it. 4 years of concrete and traffic and nights where I could almost convince myself it had been a bear, a breakdown, a story I'd let myself believe because the truth was too mundane. Then, last Tuesday, I looked out my apartment window, 8th floor, facing east, overlooking a parking garage and a busy street. And on top of the parking garage, silhouetted against the evening sky, something was crouching. Tall, thin, still, watching my window. I don't understand the rules. I don't understand why it let me go that night. The legend says you don't bargain with the Wendigo and survive. But I didn't make a bargain. I just happened to be holding a rose, the same offering the mother made, and the creature recognized it. Maybe it thought I was making an offering. Maybe it thought I was asking for protection. Maybe, for 1 second, in whatever is left of its mind, it remembered being human enough to honor a deal. But if it let me go because of the rose, what does it want now? The rose is gone. It took it. The bargain, if there was a bargain, should be complete, unless the bargain wasn't the rose.
Unless the rose was just the invitation, and the bargain is something else. Something I haven't paid yet. Something the mother paid,
on her knees, with her head bowed, waiting for the hand to fall. It's on the parking garage every night now. I've checked. Every night, same spot, same crouch, same yellow eyes catching the streetlight. Waiting. The legends all agree on one thing. The Wendigo is patient. It doesn't chase. It doesn't hurry. It arrives, and it waits, and it collects what it's owed on a timeline that has nothing to do with human urgency. I owe it something. I've owed it something since that night in the woods, when it took a rose from my bleeding hand and let me live. And sooner or later, I'm going to have to go downstairs and find out what.
I've only told this story twice.
Once to the nuns who kept me after it happened. They didn't believe me. Once to the Army recruiter who asked me why I wanted to enlist. He didn't believe me either. But he signed me up anyway because I think he could see in my face that I needed to be somewhere with walls and weapons and other men who knew how to fight. I'm telling it now because I'm old. And my brother deserves to be remembered by someone other than me. And because the thing that killed him is still out there, and someone should know what it looks like. My brother's name was Caleb. He was 4 years older than me. He was the one who taught me to shoot, to track, to read the woods the way you read a letter. Every broken branch a word, every track a sentence. He was built like our father, broad and quiet, the kind of man who didn't speak unless the words were necessary. I was 16 the night it happened. Caleb was 20. We were making rounds on the property, checking fence lines, looking for signs of predators near the livestock. It was late, maybe 11, and we were cutting through the woods on the way home when we came into a clearing by the creek. The blood was the first thing. It was everywhere. On the grass, on the bark of the trees, in the water. It looked black in the moonlight. At first, I thought wolves. We'd had trouble with a mixed pack that season. Wolf-dog crosses that were bold enough to take down penned animals. But this wasn't a wolf kill. 3 deer. A den of them, bedded down in the clearing. Something had hit them in their sleep. The bodies were torn apart, not eaten, not scavenged, destroyed. A head here, a haunch there. A rib cage cracked open and emptied and thrown 10 feet from the rest of the body. Predators don't do that. Predators kill to eat. Whatever did this killed because it wanted to. Caleb knelt beside the nearest carcass and studied it for a long time. He had the musket. I had a knife and a flintlock pistol with 3 shots. He looked at me and told me to go home. I said no. I wasn't walking 2 miles through the woods alone, with whatever had done this still out there. He tried to insist. I wouldn't move. Finally, he nodded, and we started tracking. It wasn't hard. The blood trail was wide and continuous. Either the thing was bleeding from something it had carried, or it had dragged a carcass behind it for a mile. We followed the trail through the trees, musket up, moving slow. That's when the woods went wrong. The sounds started first. Not the thing we were tracking, the animals. Everything in those woods woke up at once. Birds, at midnight, birds, erupted from the canopy in flocks so panicked they flew into branches and fell. I heard deer crashing through brush, foxes screaming, raccoons, rabbits, squirrels, all of them moving, all of them going the same direction. away. A pack of coyotes came through the trees straight at us. Caleb nearly fired before he realized they weren't attacking. They were running. They passed us without stopping, without even registering we were there. Then a group of deer did the same. Then wild hogs. Animals that should have been sleeping. Animals that should have been eating each other. All running together in the same direction. Prey and predator side by side. United by a fear that was bigger than hunger. I have never seen anything like that before or since. The entire forest was evacuating, and we were walking toward what it was evacuating from. We came out of the trees into an open field, a fallow cornfield, flat dirt, no cover. The tracks were there, pressed into the soil. They were shallow, light. Whatever made them didn't weigh much. Caleb said it might be a rabid dog, something small and fast and crazy enough to tear apart a den of deer without eating them. He said we'd corner it, shoot it, cut its throat to be sure. The tracks led to a church on a hill, abandoned. Stone walls, no roof, open to the sky. We could hear it before we saw it. Two sounds layered on top of each other. A high screech and a low growl, happening simultaneously, as if two throats were producing sound from the same mouth. And underneath that, a wet tearing sound. The sound of something feeding. We got within 20 yards. Caleb was in front. I was behind and to the side. The moonlight was bright enough to see clearly, and I wish to God it hadn't been. It was crouched over a carcass inside the church walls. Pale. Not white, not gray, but a color that skin shouldn't be. A color that said this thing had never been in sunlight. It had a human shape. Arms, legs, a torso. But the proportions were wrong. The limbs were too long. The fingers extended into claws. It sat hunched, like an ape, tearing flesh from bone and discarding what it didn't want. The brick behind it was streaked with blood that shone in the moonlight like oil. Caleb hesitated. I understood why. From a distance, in bad light, you could mistake it for a person. A sick person. A starving person. Someone who'd lost their mind. He wasn't going to shoot a person. He cleared his throat. The silence that followed was the most complete silence I have ever experienced. Every sound in the world stopped. Not faded, stopped. As if creation itself held its breath. Then, it turned around. The face. I see the face every night. I have seen it every night for the rest of my life. And I will see it when I die. It was almost human. Almost. Close enough to make you doubt, far enough to make you scream. The eyes were set deep, dark, reflecting the moonlight with a flat animal shine. The mouth was open, and the teeth were long, and there was flesh between them. It screamed, that double sound, the screech and the growl, and it hit Caleb before the echo died. He got a shot off. I don't think it landed, or if it did, the thing didn't care. It was on him instantly. I fired the flintlock point blank into its back. 3 shots. It bled, barely. It didn't stop. It didn't even acknowledge I was there. I watched it take my brother apart. I'm not going to describe what it did. I'll say that it was fast and methodical, and that it started with the soft parts and worked inward, and that the sounds Caleb made stopped long before the thing was finished with him. I'll say that I hit it with the gun butt until the stock cracked, and it never once turned to look at me. I was irrelevant. I was not food. My brother was food, and it was busy. At some point, I don't remember how, Caleb's knife ended up in the thing's shoulder. And at some point, I don't remember this either, what was left of my brother ended up on my back, and I was running. I ran faster than I have ever moved in my life. The thing was behind me. I could hear it, branches cracking, that screech ripping through the dark. I didn't look back. I ran through the woods with my brother's weight across my shoulders, and the sound of something terrible behind me, getting closer, cracking trees like kindling. I broke out of the tree line and fell into a woodpile. I looked up and saw firelight. My landlord and 3 of his friends, drinking brandy around a fire. I screamed at them. I sobbed. I told them to help me. One of them looked at me and said, "What is that on your back?" I didn't understand the question until I saw their faces. Then I understood. What I'd been carrying wasn't my brother anymore. It was his head, most of his torso, and nothing below the waist. I'd been running with half a body, and I hadn't known. I hadn't felt the difference because the terror had eaten every other sensation alive. They pulled me inside. They threw Caleb's remains on the ground. I fought them, screaming, because I thought we could still save him, because accepting that he was dead meant accepting that I'd left him behind. And they barricaded the doors and loaded their muskets and waited. It came. We saw it walk past the fire outside. One of the men said it looked like an ape. Then something came through the window. We almost shot it. It was the landlord's dog, just the body, no head, no legs. We pushed furniture against the doors. We heard it circling the house, testing walls, ripping wood. Then it went quiet. Then glass shattered upstairs. Then the screech, loud, close, inside the house, inside the walls, inside the air we were breathing. We retreated to the kitchen. The door between us and the rest of the house was the only barrier. It pushed from one side. 5 men pushed from the other. It got a hand through the gap. Someone put a musket barrel against its wrist and fired. The hand came off clean, severed at the joint. It fell to the floor, and the fingers were still moving. The thing shrieked. It pushed harder. The door was splintering. Someone yelled to keep our heads down, and 3 men fired through the top of the door, blind, into whatever was on the other side. The pushing stopped. The screeching stopped. We stayed behind that door until sunrise. When the authorities came, they called it a bear. They said the hand, the severed hand with 5 long fingers and claws at the tips, was a bear paw that resembled a human hand. They took it as evidence. The officer who carried it died before he reached town. The hand was never recovered. I spent 2 months with the nuns. I didn't speak for most of it. When I finally did, I told them what I saw, and they told me to pray. I prayed. It didn't help. Caleb was still dead, and the thing that killed him was still in those woods, and every night I could hear it, far away, making that sound, the screech and the growl, layered, coming from the same throat. And the nuns would come to my room and find me sitting up in bed, staring at the wall, shaking.
I joined the army at 18. I thought war would replace the memory. Give me something louder, something bigger, something that would overwrite the image of my brother's face being torn from his skull. War didn't do that. War gave me new nightmares, but it didn't take the old ones. The old ones are deeper. They live in a part of the brain that nothing can reach. I'm an old man now. I've had a life. A wife, children, grandchildren. I've worked. I've built things. I've been, by most measures, fine. But I never went back to the woods. Not those woods. Not any woods. I live in a town, on a street,
with neighbors on both sides and a church at the end of the road. I keep a loaded rifle by the door. My wife thought it was because of the war. I let her think that. And some nights, fewer now, but still, some nights, I wake up and the house is quiet, and I can hear something outside. Not close, far away, carried on the wind from somewhere deep in the dark, from woods I'll never enter again. That double sound, the screech and the growl, layered, coming from the same throat. The sound of something that killed my brother 60 years ago and is still out there, still hunting, still tearing things apart in the dark for reasons that have nothing to do with hunger and everything to do with something I don't have a name for. The nuns called it a demon. The army called it a bear. The old woman who sold herbs in town called it a Wendigo. And she said it the way you say the name of someone you owe money to. Quietly, with your eyes down, hoping they don't hear you. I don't call it anything. I just know it's real. And it took my brother. And it left me alive for reasons I'll never understand. And some nights, I think that's the worst part. Not that Caleb died, but that I lived. And I've had to carry what I saw every single day since. And there's no one left alive who was there. And when I die, the memory dies with me. And the thing in the woods won't even notice. It'll just keep going. The way it always has. The way it always will. I found shelter. I need to start there because I need you to understand that I did everything right. I stayed calm. I kept moving. I found shelter. Everything they tell you to do when you're caught in a whiteout in the northern woods, I did. And I still ended up here. I was hunting. Solo trip. I do that. I've always done that. I like the quiet. I like being responsible for myself and nothing else. I'd taken a stag that afternoon, a good one, and I was dragging it back to camp on a makeshift sled when the weather turned. Not gradually. Not the way a storm usually builds, with the clouds thickening and the temperature dropping over the course of an hour. This was instant. 1 minute the sky was clear and I could see stars. The next minute, the world was white and the wind was screaming, and I couldn't see 10 feet in front of me. I kept walking. South, I thought. Camp was south. But the snow covered my tracks within minutes, and the stars were gone, and the compass was in my pack on the sled, and I couldn't feel my fingers well enough to dig it out. I just walked. Survivors walk. Survivors stay calm. That's what I told myself with every step. My boots punching through crust into deep powder. The stag dragging behind me like an anchor. I talked to people in town before the trip. They warned me about the cold, about the terrain, about the wolves that sometimes came down from the north when the winter was hard. One old man, quiet, serious, the kind of face that doesn't waste expressions, told me about something else. He called them Wendigos, spirits in the forest that come with the cold. He said they hunt men who are alone, who are lost, who are afraid. He said they take your warmth first, then your direction, then your will, and when there's nothing left of you but a body, they take that too. I told him I didn't believe in spirits. He looked at me the way you look at someone who's just said something they'll regret. I don't know how long I walked. An hour, 2. The cold had gotten past my layers, past my skin, into the part of me that makes decisions. I was slowing down. My thoughts were getting simple. Shelter. Find shelter. Nothing else existed.
Then I saw it, a shape through the snow, rectangular, solid, a cabin. I left the stag outside. I knocked. No answer. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open and the wind shoved me through. I closed the door behind me and stood there, dripping, shaking, alive. It was dark inside, cold, but no wind. My eyes adjusted slowly. I could make out a bed against the far wall, a desk beside it, a chair, a lantern on the desk, a fireplace, but no wood, a rug on the floor. I lit the lantern. The flame was small and it jumped in a draft I couldn't locate, throwing shadows across the walls. And that's when I saw the faces. The walls were covered in portraits, or what I thought were portraits. Faces in frames, close-up, detailed, but wrong. The heads were misshapen. Some had antlers, twisted and asymmetric. Some had teeth that jutted from the jaw at impossible angles. Some had growths, lumps of flesh that distorted the features into something barely recognizable as a face. And the eyes. Every portrait had eyes that seemed to catch the lantern light independently of the rest of the painting. They glowed. They followed me as I moved through the room. I told myself it was the light, the flickering, the shadows, the cold playing tricks. I told myself that whoever had lived here had strange taste in art. I told myself a lot of things. I got into the bed. The blankets were stiff and cold, but they were layers, and layers were survival. I wrapped myself tight and closed my eyes and tried to ignore the faces on the walls. The wind outside was getting worse. Branches hit the cabin, a constant scraping and thumping that sounded too rhythmic, too deliberate, like something testing the walls for weak points. The door blew open. I hadn't locked it. The wind poured in like water, bringing snow and a cold so sharp it felt personal. I jumped out of bed and slammed the door, and this time I threw the bolt. I turned back to the room. The lantern was still burning. The light was steadier now, and I could see the walls more clearly. The portraits were gone. The frames were gone. What I'd been looking at were windows. A dozen windows, evenly spaced, and beyond them, the storm. The faces I'd seen, the antlers, the teeth, the twisted features, had been on the other side of the glass, looking in. I stood in the center of the room, and I felt every hair on my body stand up at once. The faces were gone now. The windows showed nothing but white, the blizzard pressing against the panes. But they had been there. They had been watching me from outside, their faces pressed to the glass, and I had mistaken them for paintings. Something moved in the corner of the room, a shape, low and long, huddled against the wall. I grabbed the lantern and thrust it forward. "Who's there?" Nothing. The corner was empty. I swept the light across the room. Empty. The cabin was one room, no closets, no second door. There was nowhere to hide, and nothing was there. I put the lantern down. My hands were shaking. My heart was loud in my ears. I got back in the bed and pulled the blankets up. And I lay there, eyes open, watching the windows, watching the shadows, listening to the wind. The scraping on the walls continued. The knocking, the tapping, the sounds of something trying every surface. I told myself it was branches. I told myself the storm was the worst of it. I told myself that dawn was coming, and I just had to last until dawn. I closed my eyes. The blanket moved. Not from the wind, from below. Something at the foot of the bed was pulling the blanket off me. Slowly, steadily. Inch by inch, the fabric sliding down my body and disappearing over the edge of the mattress. I gripped it. I held on. The pulling was stronger. The blanket slid through my fingers and was gone. Then the pillow. I felt it shift under my head, the fabric whispering against the mattress as it was drawn downward, pulled from beneath me by something underneath the bed. I couldn't move. My body had locked. Not from cold, not from choice. Something had taken control of my muscles and decided they would not respond. I lay on the bare mattress, arms at my sides, and I could not move. Hands came up from the sides of the bed. I need to describe them because I need you to know this was real. They were long. The fingers were thin and ended in points that weren't quite nails and weren't quite claws. The skin was gray, shriveled, the texture of something that had been frozen and thawed and frozen again. They rose slowly from below the mattress. 2 hands, then 4, then more. Reaching upward, spreading their fingers, grasping for me. They touched me and the cold was immediate. Not surface cold, core cold. The kind of cold that starts in the center of your body and radiates outward. The kind that means your organs are shutting down. The kind that the survival manuals say you don't come back from. I tried to scream. My mouth opened and nothing came out. The hands gripped my arms, my legs, my torso. They pulled downward. I sank into the mattress, through it, the surface giving way beneath me like snow, because it was snow. The mattress was gone. The bed was gone. The cabin was gone. I was lying in a drift of snow in the middle of the forest, and the hands were pulling me under, and the sky was above me for one brief second. Stars, clear and cold and indifferent, before the white closed over my face and filled my mouth and covered my eyes. I'm still here. I know how that sounds. I know that what I'm about to say doesn't fit with anything the world considers possible. But I'm still here. Under the snow, in the cold. Not dead and not alive. Held. They found my body. I know that because I felt them dig. I felt hands, real hands, warm ones, brush the snow from my face. I heard a voice say my name. I heard someone say, hypothermia, and someone else say, too late. They took my body, and they took the stag, and they left, and I stayed. Because the body they took wasn't all of me. The part that thinks, the part that knows, the part that's telling you this right now, that part is still in the snow, still in the forest, still held by the things with the long gray fingers and the faces that pressed against the windows of a cabin that doesn't exist. The old man in town was right. The Wendigo doesn't take your body. It takes everything else. It takes the part of you that survives, the part that stays calm, the part that keeps walking. It takes that and it keeps it. Down in the cold, in the dark, in the silence under the snow. And I am not alone down here. There are others. I can feel them. Hunters, trappers, hikers, people who got lost in storms across decades, across centuries. All of them still here. All of them still conscious. All of them held in the frozen dark by something that doesn't want them dead and doesn't want them alive. It wants them present. It wants them aware. It feeds on the knowing. If you go into the northern woods and the storm comes fast and you find a cabin that shouldn't be there, with a door that's unlocked and a bed that's already made, don't go inside. Keep walking. The cold will kill you. That's true. But the cold only takes your body. What's inside the cabin takes the rest.
Recovered from the personal effects of Father Michel Duval, Society of Jesus, following his death in Quebec, 1674. Not included in the official Jesuit relations. Filed separately and sealed by order of the Superior of the Mission. November, the year of our Lord, 1661. We have established ourselves among the Cree for the winter. The cold arrived early this year, and with a severity that defies the preparations we have made. Brother Alon and I share a structure with 2 families of the village. The arrangements are close, but warm enough if the fire is kept through the night. I continue my work of instruction and conversion. The people are receptive, though I sense their faith bends more easily toward accommodation than conviction. They listen to the gospel with patience, but do not abandon their own beliefs. They carry both, the way a man might carry 2 knives, one for show, one for use. The hunting has been poor. The men return with less each day. The women ration what we have with a precision that humbles me. I have known hunger in France, but this is different. This hunger has architecture. It builds upon itself, each day adding a new room to a structure that has no ceiling. I pray. I counsel patience. I tell them God provides. I am not certain I believe it today. December. The storms have sealed us in. For 9 days, no man has left the village. The snow is higher than a man's waist, and the wind carries a cold that passes through timber and hide as if they were not there. We burn what we can. 2 families have begun dismantling their outermost structures for fuel. The food stores are nearly exhausted. A man named Ashkey has begun to concern me. He was, until recently, among the most capable hunters in the village. Strong, quiet, respected. He has not spoken in 4 days. He sits apart from the others, wrapped in furs, staring at the wall. His wife says he does not sleep. She says that when the fire burns low and the room is dark, she can hear him whispering. But when she listens closely, the words are in no language she recognizes. I offered to pray with him. He looked at me, and his eyes were not the eyes I have come to know over these months. They were flat, remote, as if the man I had spoken with many times was standing behind a window that had frosted over, and what was looking out at me was the frost itself. He declined my offer. He declined it by turning away and resuming his whisper. December continued. I must record what has happened, though my hand resists the writing. Ashkey's wife came to me before dawn. She was shaking, and she would not meet my eyes. She told me that in the night, Ashkey had risen from his furs and stood over their youngest child for a long time. She said he was looking at the child the way he looks at a deer he has killed. She said she spoke his name 3 times, and he did not respond. On the 4th time, he turned to her and smiled, and the smile was wrong. She used the word in her language that I have heard the elders use. I asked Brother Alon to translate. He said the word means the hunger that wears a man's face. The elders convened this morning. They did not invite me, but I watched from the entrance of the lodge. The discussion was long and conducted in low voices. Several of the older men spoke with an urgency I have not seen in them before. They were not debating. They were confirming what they already knew. When the council ended, the eldest of them, a man whose name I will not record out of respect, came to me.
He told me that Ashki was afflicted. He used the word I will render as best I can. Watiko. He said it was a spirit of hunger that enters a person through the emptiness that starvation creates. He said the spirit does not cause the hunger. It replaces the person inside the hunger. It wears them. It uses their body the way a hand uses a glove. He said that once the spirit has fully entered, the afflicted person will consume human flesh. Not from desperation, not from madness, from appetite. A new appetite that belongs to the spirit, not the man. And once that appetite is fed, it does not diminish. It grows. Each feeding makes it larger. Each feeding hollows the person further, making more room for the spirit to fill. He told me they had seen this before. Not often, but enough to know the signs. The withdrawal, the sleeplessness, the whispering, the eyes changing, the way the afflicted begins to look at the people around them, not as family, not as friends, but as sustenance. He told me there was only one remedy. I told him that was not possible. I told him that the church does not permit the taking of human life to prevent a sin that has not yet been committed. I told him I would pray for Ashki. I told him God could heal any affliction. The elder looked at me with an expression I have thought about every day since. It was not anger. It was not contempt. It was pity. The pity of a man who has seen something you haven't, watching you speak with the confidence of ignorance. He said, "Your God does not know this spirit." December, later. 3 more have been afflicted. I do not understand the mechanism of transmission. It is not proximity. The 3 new cases are from different families in different lodges. It is as if the hunger itself is the contagion, spreading not through contact, but through condition, through the emptiness that all of us share in this starving place. The symptoms are identical. Withdrawal first, then silence, then the whispering. Always at night, always in a language that no one in the village speaks. Then the eyes, the flat, frosted look, the gaze that appraises rather than recognizes. And now, the looking. All 4 of them have begun watching the others. Not furtively, openly. They sit apart and they watch the people of the village move through their daily tasks. And they watch them the way a man watches an animal in a pen. Brother Alain is frightened. He has asked me to authorize a departure, to leave the village and attempt to reach the nearest French settlement. I told him the snow makes travel impossible. He said he would rather die in the snow than remain here. I told him to pray. He looked at me the way the elder looked at me, and I realized that I have become the man who offers prayer to people who need something prayer cannot provide. January, the year of our Lord, 1662. They killed Ashki last night. I was not present. I was told afterward by the elder, who came to me not for absolution, but for witness. He wanted me to know what had been done and why. He said Ashki had attempted to feed, in the night, on his own child. His wife had screamed, and the men of the village had come, and they had restrained him. And in the restraining, they had seen what he had become. The elder said Ashki's body was changing, that his limbs had begun to lengthen, that his skin had drawn tight against the bone, that his mouth was wider than it should have been, and the teeth were wrong. I asked him what he meant by wrong. He said, they were not his teeth anymore. They killed him. I will not record the method. They did it quickly, and they did it without cruelty. The elder said they did it the way you put down a horse with a broken leg, with sorrow, with necessity, with the understanding that mercy sometimes wears a terrible face. They killed the other 3 as well, the same night, the same method. The village is smaller now by 4, and the grief is enormous. But there is also a relief that I can feel in the air, like a change in temperature, as if a pressure that had been building behind the walls of every lodge has been released. January continued. I have been praying for guidance. I have received none. My understanding of the world, of God's world, of the orderly creation in which I have placed my faith, has been damaged in a way I do not know how to repair. I know what the church would say. The church would say, these people killed 4 of their own in a state of superstitious panic. The church would say the affliction was a madness brought on by starvation and cold, and that the remedy was prayer and patience, not violence. The church would say, I failed in my duty to prevent it. But I was here. The church was not. I saw Ashki's eyes. I saw the way the frost covered what used to be a man. And what looked out from behind the frost was not madness. Madness has chaos in it. Madness flails. What I saw in Ashki's eyes was ordered, patient, and calculating. It was an intelligence that was using his body the way I use a quill, deliberately, with purpose. The elder told me something else. He said the spirit, the Wetiko, the Wendigo, whatever name you give the thing, does not die with the body. It leaves. It goes back into the cold, into the hunger, into the empty space between the trees, where the wind carries sounds that are almost words, and it waits for the next winter, the next famine, the next person who is empty enough to enter. He said it has been here longer than his people, longer than any people. He said it was here before the trees, before the snow, before the animals. He said it is the hunger itself, the first hunger, the one that existed before there was anything to eat. And it will be here long after the last person has starved.
I do not know what to do with this knowledge. It does not fit inside my faith. It does not fit inside my understanding of creation. It sits beside everything I believe, separate and cold, and it does not go away.
February. The storms have broken. The hunting parties have gone out. They return today with meat. The village is eating. The children are laughing. Brother Elaine is singing a hymn in the lodge, and the Cree are clapping along. And for a few hours, the world has returned to the shape I recognize. I am writing this final entry in private. I am going to seal this journal separately from my official reports. What I have written here will not appear in the relations. The Superior will receive an account of a difficult winter, of privation and hardship, of the regrettable deaths of 4 members of the community due to starvation and its effects. That account will be true in its facts and false in its meaning, and I will submit it knowing the difference. This journal I will keep, not because I want to remember, because I have a duty to record what I witnessed, even if, especially if, the church has no framework for it. The elder was right about one thing. My God does not know this spirit. Or if he does, he has not told me. And in the silence between my prayers and his answers, something else lives. Something old and cold and patient, waiting in the empty space where faith runs out and hunger begins. I do not expect to be believed. I expect to be corrected, reassigned, perhaps recalled. But I was here. I saw the frost behind a man's eyes. I heard the whispering in a language that predates language. And I smelled the cold. A specific, particular cold, carrying a sweetness that had no source. The night they killed the 4. And I knew, in the part of me that exists below theology, that what they killed was mercy, and what they were protecting us from was real. God forgive me for believing them instead of him. God forgive me for knowing the difference. I went to a town that doesn't appear on most maps, in the northern reaches of a state I won't name, to research a book I will never write. I'm telling you this instead. I was a writer, am a writer technically, though I haven't written a word since I came back. I had a contract for a novel, literary fiction, set in the remote north, the kind of book that wins small awards and sells modestly. My editor wanted authenticity. She wanted weather and isolation and indigenous culture rendered with precision. She wanted me to go there. So I went. I arranged a stay through a contact at a university who had connections to a small community deep in the boreal forest. The kind of place you reach by charter plane and a dirt road, where the tree line presses in on all sides and the sky feels lower than it should. I was given a room at the only lodging in town, a 2-story building that served as an inn, a meeting hall, and the closest thing the community had to a restaurant. My room smelled like pine resin and kerosene. The window faced the forest. A guide had been arranged for me. His name was Nathan. He was local, mid-30s, built like someone who'd spent his entire life outdoors. He didn't talk much, but when he did, his words had weight. He wasn't performing for me. He wasn't trying to give me material. He was simply a man who lived in a place I'd never survive alone, and he was willing to show me enough of it to fill a book. We went out on the second day. Nathan led me along a trail that wound through dense spruce and pine, out to a clearing beside a half-frozen lake. This was where we'd camp. He pitched the tent with quick, practiced motions. I stood there with my notebook, writing descriptions of the trees, the light, the quality of the silence. The silence was the first thing I noticed. Not quiet, silence. The total absence of sound, broken occasionally by a branch settling or ice shifting on the lake, but between those small events, nothing. The kind of nothing that makes you aware of your own pulse. Nathan was tense from the moment we arrived. I noticed it, but didn't comment at first. He kept scanning the tree line, not casually, methodically, the way a sentry scans a perimeter. When I asked if everything was all right, he said, "Just paying attention." By nightfall, I understood what he was paying attention to. The fire was going. We'd eaten. I was writing in my notebook by firelight when I saw something move at the edge of the clearing. Just a shape, briefly darker than the dark behind it, sliding between 2 trees. I looked up. Nothing there. A twig snapped, Not close, but close enough. I looked at Nathan. He was staring at the exact spot where I'd seen the movement. His jaw was tight. "Animal?" I said. He didn't answer. We went to the tent. I lay in my bag listening to the wind. It had been calm when we'd gone inside, but within an hour it was howling. A deep, sustained sound that shook the tent and pressed the walls inward. I could hear the trees bending. I sat up and reached for the tent flap. Nathan's hand caught my wrist. "Don't open it," he said. "I just want to see—" "Don't." His voice was flat and certain in a way that closed the conversation. I lay back down. The wind continued, and as I listened, something in the sound changed. The howling developed a rhythm, a pattern. Syllables, stretching and contracting inside the wind, forming something that was almost, not quite, but almost, a word, a name. I couldn't make it out, but Nathan could. I could tell because he'd stopped breathing. He was curled against the far wall of the tent, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them, shaking. "Nathan, what?" "Be quiet," he whispered. "Don't say anything. Don't acknowledge it." The wind called the name again, longer this time, louder, pulled apart and reassembled, the syllables arriving from different directions, as if the voice was circling us. Nathan started rocking, small, involuntary movements, his body trying to contain something his mind couldn't hold. I reached for his shoulder and he flinched away. Then he was on his feet, moving toward the tent flap. His movements were wrong, jerky, compulsive, as if his body was being operated by someone unfamiliar with the controls. I grabbed his arm. He pulled free with a strength that didn't match his frame. I grabbed him again, both arms this time, and wrestled him to the ground. "You can't go out there," I said. "Nathan, listen to me." The wind called again. Nathan's body surged toward the flap with such force that I lost my grip. He was through the zipper and running before I could get to my knees. I heard him screaming as he went. Not words, not at first. Then, faintly, getting farther away. My feet. They're burning. Oh God, they're burning. The screaming rose, moved, not along the ground, upward, as if you were being pulled into the sky. The voice climbed and thinned, and eventually it was coming from above the canopy, above the trees, from somewhere in the dark air overhead. And then it faded to nothing, and the wind died, and the silence came back so completely it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. I did not sleep. I sat in the tent until dawn. In the morning, I followed his tracks. They led from the tent across the clearing toward the lake. At first, they were boot prints, running, frantic, spaced close together. Then they changed. The stride lengthened. 5 feet between prints. 10 feet. 15. No human being can take strides that long. Not even sprinting. Not even in terror. And the prints themselves changed. They became drag marks. Long, thin furrows in the snow, as if his feet were barely touching the ground. As if something had him by the arms and was pulling him at a speed his body couldn't match. His boots dragging across the surface. The marks went onto the lake ice. They continued for several hundred yards, getting longer, lighter, shallower. And then they stopped. One last scuff in the snow, and then nothing. Clean, unbroken white in every direction, as if he'd been lifted off the ice and carried into the sky. I went back to town. I walked the trail in under 40 minutes. I came through the trees and into the settlement, and I was shaking and filthy and bleeding from branches I'd run through. And the first person I saw was the old man who managed the inn. He looked at me, and his face told me he already knew. Not what had happened specifically, just that it had happened. He sat me down in the common room. He gave me coffee. He listened. When I finished, I expected questions. I expected disbelief. Instead, he said, "You heard the name?" I heard something, in the wind. A name. I couldn't make it out. The old man nodded slowly. He told me the name belonged to a hunter who had lived in the area generations ago. The hunter had gone into the bush to find the creature. He never returned. But his name, the wind, kept it. The wind calls it when the creature is active, when the cold is deep enough and the isolation is complete enough for it to feed. I asked him what the creature was. Every person in the room turned to look at me. The old man held up his hand, not to me, to them. A gesture that meant, "I'll handle this." He leaned forward. He spoke quietly. He said, "There is a silence we keep here. We do not speak of it. We do not name it. We do not tell its stories or repeat its deeds. This silence is not ignorance. It is a wall. For many years, the wall held. People were taken. Rarely, but they were taken. We accepted this the way we accept the cold. It is a condition of living here." He paused. Then the silence holds. The takings become less. Years pass without incident. The wall works. He looked at me with an expression I have thought about every day since. It was not anger. It was grief. Preemptive grief. The kind you feel when you know something bad is coming and you cannot stop it. "You have broken the silence," he said. "By asking, by listening, by knowing. You have made it stronger." I left the next morning on the first flight available. I sat in the 12-seat charter with my bag between my knees, and I looked out the window at the forest below. Miles and miles of green and white, unbroken, stretching to the horizon. And I understood for the first time how much emptiness there was up there. How much space between the trees, for something to move without being seen. How many places a thing could exist for centuries without ever being found. I went back to the city. I sat at my desk. I opened my laptop. The cursor blinked on a blank page, and I stared at it for hours. I couldn't write the book. Not because I didn't have the material. I had more material than I'd ever wanted. But because the old man's words were in my head, and they wouldn't leave. It grows stronger with acknowledgement. Every word I wrote would be an act of naming. Every reader would be a crack in the wall. My editor called. I told her the trip hadn't worked out. She asked if I had anything. I said no. She dropped the project. I let her. That was 4 years ago. I haven't published anything since. I moved to a different city, a warm one, flat, far from forests. I don't go outside when the wind picks up. I don't camp. I don't hike. I keep the television on at night so the house is never silent. Because silence is where it lives. And I can't hear the wind if the television is loud enough. But some nights, when the power flickers and the screen goes black, and the house goes quiet for just a second, I hear it. Faint. Far away. the wind carrying a sound that is almost a name. Not the old hunter's name, not Nathan's name,
A new name. One it's been practicing. I know whose name it is. I'm not going to write it here. I've broken enough silence already. I found a man on a road in northern New Hampshire in the fall of 1957. I've never told anyone exactly what he told me before he died, because what he told me doesn't belong in the world where I raised my children and lived my life. But my children are grown now, and I'm old, and the man I found deserves to have his story exist somewhere outside of my head. His name was Arnold. I don't know his last name. He never told me, and I didn't ask. By the time I pulled over, he was barely standing, one leg dragging behind him, clothes torn and stiff with blood, face the color of candle wax. He looked like something that had crawled out of a grave and couldn't remember the way back. I got him into my truck. I gave him water. He drank the whole bottle without stopping. Then he leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes and started talking. And he didn't stop until we reached the hospital 40 minutes later. This is what he told me. He'd gone on a hunting trip with two friends, men he'd known since they were boys, Andy and Daryl. They'd driven deep into the 13-mile woods on the dirt roads, and the truck had run out of gas. His fault. He'd forgotten to fill up. They made camp near a river, figuring they'd hike back to the truck in the morning and sort it out. During the night, a bear got into their supplies. By the time Arnold woke up, the food was gone. Most of the ammunition had been scattered or knocked into the river. They had their rifles, a handful of usable shells between them, and nothing else. They couldn't find the truck. The roads in those woods all looked the same, and they'd walked further from it than they'd realized. Daryl wanted to backtrack. Andy wanted to follow the river. Arnold sided with Andy. Water meant direction. Direction meant civilization eventually. They started walking. The first day was bad. Cold, hungry, disoriented. The second day was worse. Andy was the weakest of the three, and by nightfall he was falling behind. Arnold told him to keep up. Daryl told him to stop whining. The way men talk when they're scared and don't want to show it. Around midnight on the second night, they were walking the riverbank in the dark. Andy sat down to rest. Arnold and Daryl went ahead, figuring he'd catch up. A few minutes later, they heard him scream. Arnold's voice changed when he told me this part. It went flat, emptied out, like he was reading words off a page instead of remembering them. He said they heard Andy scream Daryl's name, and then the screaming changed into a sound that wasn't screaming anymore. Wet, heavy, the sound of something being opened. Then chewing. Arnold said he could hear chewing from 50 yards away. Whatever was eating Andy was loud about it, unashamed, like it wanted them to hear. They ran back. They struck a match. What they found, Arnold described it to me in the truck, and I'm not going to relay all of it. I'll say that Andy was on the ground and that large portions of him were missing, and that what remained was arranged in a way that suggested the killing had been done with enthusiasm rather than hunger. The face was half gone. The chest was open. The expression frozen on what was left of Andy's face was the expression of a man who saw the thing that was going to kill him and couldn't close his eyes fast enough. They saw it, briefly. A shape at the edge of the matchlight, tall, thin, moving on two legs but hunched, with something dripping from its mouth. It snarled at them and walked into the trees without hurry. Arnold said it moved the way something moves when it knows it can come back whenever it wants. Daryl broke. Arnold used that word specifically. Broke. He said Daryl went somewhere inside himself and didn't come back. He curled up on the ground and rocked and mumbled and wouldn't respond to anything Arnold said. Arnold tried to get him up,
tried to get him moving. Daryl wouldn't move. Then Daryl turned on him. Arnold said it was like a switch. 1 second, Daryl was catatonic. The next second, his hands were around Arnold's throat. Arnold fought him off, kneed him in the stomach, got free, and then something took over. He said those words exactly. Something took over. He started hitting Daryl. Couldn't stop. Hit him until Daryl wasn't fighting back, until Daryl was on the ground, until Daryl's head was against a tree and the blood was running down the bark in a thick line. Then Arnold did something he couldn't explain. He told me this part with his eyes closed and his hands shaking in his lap. He bit into Daryl's arm. He said it lasted maybe 5 seconds. He said he felt something come over him, a hunger that wasn't his, a compulsion that arrived from outside and used his body before his mind could intervene. He bit down. He tasted blood. And then something inside him snapped back into place, and he was himself again, crouching over his dead friend with blood on his teeth. He sat with both bodies until morning. He didn't sleep. He didn't move. He said he kept looking at his hands and trying to understand what had happened. And the understanding wouldn't come because what had happened didn't have a place in his understanding of the world. At first light, he started walking. He followed the river. He walked for hours, numb, automatic, running on something deeper than will. The woods were quiet around him, too quiet. The same dead silence the animals had left behind when they'd fled whatever was hunting in those trees. Then he heard it again. Twigs snapping, leaves crushing under weight. Close. Getting closer. He felt breath on the back of his neck. Warm, wet, carrying a smell that was rot and blood and something older than both. He turned around. It was right there, towering over him. Arnold was 6 feet tall, and this thing was looking down at him. He described it to me in pieces, like his mind could only hold one part at a time. Yellow eyes, glowing, set in a face that was half skull and half exposed muscle. Antlers, crooked and sharp. A body that looked like it was in the process of decomposing. Ribs showing through gaps in the skin. Patches of fur on the shoulders and back. One arm rotted to the bone. Blood and flesh hanging from its mouth. The mouth was open, and the teeth were long and dark. It hit him, drove him to the ground, and bit into his leg. A single, deep bite that took a chunk of muscle from his calf. Arnold screamed and kicked and thrashed until he got free. He threw a punch. The creature barely registered it. It lunged again, and Arnold sidestepped. Instinct, not skill. And the thing went past him and stumbled into the river. Arnold didn't think. He threw himself onto its back while it was in the water. He grabbed its head and pushed it under. It thrashed. It clawed at his arms. It snarled beneath the surface, bubbles erupting around the shape of its face. Arnold held on. He pushed with everything his body had left, which wasn't much, but it was enough. The thrashing slowed. The claws stopped reaching. The body went still. Arnold lay on the riverbank afterward for a long time. He was bleeding badly from the leg. His arms were shredded from the claws. He was shaking from cold and shock and something else. A deep cellular exhaustion. The kind that comes from fighting something your body knows it wasn't designed to fight. He got up. He walked. He walked through the rest of the night and into the morning. And he found the road. And he was standing on the road when I came around the bend. That's what he told me. All of it. In 40 minutes, in a moving truck, with blood soaking through the seat beneath him, and his voice getting weaker with every mile. I got him to the hospital. They took him in. The doctors looked at the leg and the arms and the lacerations, and they asked me what had happened. I said I found him on the road, and he said he'd been attacked by an animal.
They nodded. Animal attack. They could work with that. Arnold died 3 days later. Infection from the leg wound. The doctor said there was something in the bite. Bacteria, maybe, or some contamination they couldn't identify, that moved through his blood faster than the antibiotics could fight it. His body didn't respond to treatment the way a body should. It was as if whatever had bitten him had left something inside the wound that didn't want him to heal. I went to the police after he died. I told them about the hunting trip, the 2 dead friends, the creature. They sent a search party into the 13-mile woods. They found Arnold's truck, out of gas, right where he said it would be. They found the campsite by the river. They found evidence of a bear getting into the supplies. They did not find Andy's body. They did not find Daryl's body. They did not find any creature, living or dead, in the river or anywhere else. The officer who led the search told me, very politely, that the man I'd picked up had probably been attacked by a bear, and that the story he'd told me was the result of blood loss and delirium. He said people in extremis say all kinds of things. He said I shouldn't take it too seriously. I nodded. I thanked him. I drove home.
I have taken it seriously every day since. Not because I'm superstitious, not because I want to believe in monsters. Because I sat next to that man for 40 minutes, and I heard his voice, and I watched his eyes, and I know what a man sounds like when he's telling the truth. Arnold was not delirious. Arnold was not confused. Arnold was a man who had seen something that the world refuses to acknowledge, and he spent his last conscious hours making sure at least one other person knew about it. I'm that person. I've carried it for almost 70 years. The 13-mile woods are still there. People still hunt in them. Every few years, someone comes back with a story. Strange sounds at night. Animals fleeing in packs. The feeling of being followed. Most of the time, they laugh it off. Sometimes, they don't come back at all. And the bodies are never found. Arnold killed the thing in the river. That's what he believed. And I want to believe it too. But the search party didn't find a body. Whatever he held under that water until it stopped moving, whatever he fought on that riverbank with a bitten leg and torn arms and nothing left in him but the refusal to die, it wasn't there when they looked. Either the river carried it away, or it got up after Arnold left and walked back into the woods. I know which one I think. I've known for 70 years. And on certain nights, when the wind comes down from the north, carrying the cold that only the deep woods produce, I sit in my chair and I think about Arnold. And I think about the thing he described. The yellow eyes, the antlers, the mouth full of blood. And I wonder if it's still out there, in the 13-mile woods, waiting for the next truck to run out of gas on the wrong road. I think it is. I think it always will be. Thanks for I run trap lines in the bush north of Kenora. I've done it for 31 years. My father did it before me. His father before him. This is not a hobby. This is not a weekend activity for men who want to feel rugged. This is my work, my income, and the reason I know these woods better than I know the rooms of my own house. I'm telling you this because what I'm about to say needs to be understood in context. I am not a man who is easily fooled by the woods. I know what a bear looks like in low light. I know what a moose sounds like moving through brush at night. I know the difference between wind and
and something breathing. I know the tracks of every animal that lives in this part of Ontario, and I know when a track doesn't belong to any of them. There is a place north of here that the Ojibwe call the Cave of the Wendigo. It's not a secret. You can find references to it if you look, and some of the older maps have it marked, though the newer ones don't. It sits in a stretch of bush that's thick and hilly and hard to access, about 2 days' travel from the nearest road, if you're moving fast and know the terrain. Most people don't go there. Most people don't have a reason to. My trap line passes within a mile of it. I've been running that line since I took it over from my father in 1994. He ran it for 22 years before that. When he handed it to me, he sat me down at the kitchen table and told me the line was productive and reliable, and that I'd make a good living from it. But that there was one section, the northern leg, the stretch that curves closest to the cave, where I needed to pay attention. I asked him what I was paying attention to. He said, "You'll know when you see it." I thought he was being dramatic. My father was not a dramatic man, but he was Métis, and his grandmother had told him stories, and I assumed the stories had settled into him the way sediment settles into a riverbed, invisible but always there, shaping the current. I ran that line for 3 years before I understood what he meant. It was February, deep cold, -35, maybe colder. The kind of cold where the trees crack like gunshots and the air hurts your lungs. I was checking the northern leg, moving along the line, pulling traps, resetting. Routine. I'd done it hundreds of times. I came around a ridge and into a stand of spruce, and something was wrong. I didn't see it at first. I felt it. The woods had gone silent. Not the gradual quiet of a predator nearby, but an instant, total silence. As if every living thing within a half mile had stopped breathing at the same time. I stood still. I scanned the trees. My eyes moved across the trunks and branches the way they always do. Automatic, practiced, looking for color or movement against the white and gray. I almost missed it. It was standing between 2 spruce trees, maybe 40 meters from me, facing me head on. And I understood immediately why the old stories say it can only be seen from the front. Because from the side, this thing would disappear. It was that thin. The body was narrow to the point of impossibility. A vertical line of gray-white that barely interrupted the space between the trees. The limbs were long and close to the body. The head was high, much higher than mine, 7 feet at least, maybe more. It was watching me. The eyes were the only part that had color, pale yellow, set deep in a face I couldn't focus on. Not because of the distance, because my eyes refused to hold the details. My vision would approach the face and then slide off it, the way water slides off oil. The shape of the features was there, but my brain wouldn't assemble them into a picture. It was as if the face existed in a frequency my mind couldn't tune to. We stood like that for maybe 15 seconds. I didn't move. It didn't move. The cold was enormous, and the silence was total. And the only thing in the world was me and this thing standing in the spruce,
separated by 40 meters of snow that neither of us had crossed. Then it turned sideways, and it was gone. Not walking away, gone. One moment a figure, the next moment nothing. The spruce trees stood where they'd always stood, and the space between them was empty, as if it had never been there, as if the air had swallowed it. The silence held for another few seconds, and then the woods came back. A jay called somewhere behind me. A branch creaked. The small sounds of a forest resuming its business after holding its breath. I went home. I sat at the table, the same table where my father had told me to pay attention, and I drank coffee until my hands stopped shaking. Then I called my father. He was living in town by then, retired, his knees too bad for the bush. "I saw it," I said. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "How close?" 40 meters, maybe less. "Did it move toward you?"
No. It just stood there. Then it turned and it was gone. Another silence. Then, "That's good. When it moves toward you, that's when it's bad." I asked him if he'd seen it. He said yes, twice. Once in 1979 and once in 1988. Both times on the northern leg, both times in winter, both times the same experience. The silence, the shape between the trees, the face that wouldn't resolve, the sideways vanish. He said his father had seen it too, and his father's father. He said the Ojibwe traders who used to come through Kenora told the same stories, going back beyond anyone's memory. They said the thing in the cave had always been there, before the town, before the trap lines, before the people. He told me something else. He said that in the years he saw it, someone in the area died within the week. Not in the woods, in town, in the surrounding communities, in the places where people lived. An unexpected death, a drowning, a heart attack, a man falling from a roof. Nothing connected to the sighting, nothing that could be traced back to the creature. Just death, arriving on its own schedule, close enough to the sighting to feel like a signature. I asked him if he thought the creature caused the deaths. He said, "I don't think it causes them. I think it knows they're coming. It comes out to watch. The way a crow sits on a fence post before a storm. I've seen it 4 more times since that first sighting. 1997, 2003, 2011, 2019. Always winter. Always the northern leg. Always the same silence, the same shape, the same face I can't hold in my mind. And every time, every single time, within a week, someone in the Kenora area has died unexpectedly. I keep a log. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like the kind of thing a man does when he's looking for patterns in random noise. But I have 5 sightings and 5 deaths. And my father had 2 sightings and 2 deaths. And the stories from the Ojibwe traders describe the same pattern going back over 100 years. At some point, the pattern stops being coincidence and starts being data. I haven't been to the cave itself. My father told me not to, and his father told him the same. The Ojibwe don't go near it. The few white hunters who've gone looking for it over the years either didn't find it or came back and didn't talk about what they found. One man, a trapper from Manitoba, experienced, capable, went looking for it in 2006. He came back 3 days later, walked into the outfitter's store in Kenora, set his pack on the counter, and said, "I'm done." He sold his gear that week and moved south. I saw him once, years later, at a gas station in Thunder Bay. I asked him what he'd found at the cave. He looked at me and shook his head and walked away. The cave is a mile from my trap line. 1 mile. I've passed it,
or passed near it hundreds of times, and every time something in me turns away from it. Not fear exactly, deference. The feeling you get when you walk past a church at night and you don't look in the windows. Not because you think you'll see something, because you know you're not supposed to look. I'm 53. My knees are starting to go, the way my father's did. My son is 17, and he's been asking about the trap line, asking when he can start running it with me. He's strong, and he's smart, and he knows the bush, and I want to hand it down to him the way my father handed it to me. But that means sitting him down at this table and telling him about the northern leg, telling him about the shape between the trees, telling him to pay attention. And I keep putting it off. Not because I don't want him to know, because the moment I tell him, it becomes his inheritance. The line, the traps, the work, and the thing in the woods that watches and waits and knows when death is coming. All of it, passed down, the way it's been passed down through every generation of men who've worked this land. My father told me I'd know when I saw it. He was right. I knew. I knew instantly, the way you know a face you've seen in a dream. The thing in the spruce was familiar in a way that had nothing to do with recognition, and everything to do with something deeper, something cellular, something inherited, something that my body had been carrying long before my mind had a name for it. And that's what frightens me most. Not the creature, not the cave, not the deaths that follow the sightings like shadows follow bodies. What frightens me is the recognition. The fact that when I saw it, some part of me, the oldest part, the part that lives below language and memory, was not surprised. As if it had always been there. As if I had always known. As if the knowing was part of the inheritance too.